Hello, hello, mic testing 1 2 3. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Give me a hello in the chat if you guys can hear me and see me. Mic testing 1 2 3. Can you guys hear me? Alrighty. Done है भाई. Cool. Someone asked, please make this repo open source. It'll happen very soon. There are some very obvious bugs / vulnerabilities here that I need to fix. Once I have fixed those, I will basically open source it. So all these issues, it would be great if someone else can tackle it. If I'm being honest, I don't have the time or the energy to fix these. So yes, the goal is to open source this as soon as possible, and when that happens, then feel free to pick issues. We will start at around 7:15, where we have to pick a few issues and fix them. How are you guys doing otherwise? Today's Sunday? Today's Monday, dude. What are you saying? मुझे भी डरा दिया. Unless you're in a different time zone, I don't know. It is a Monday, which is why no classes today. Yeah, everyone in the cohort will get. The goal is so it's really hard to like open source it partially. Everyone in the cohort can see it and no one else can. But initially we will open source it to. I'll open source it, but only accept contributions from people in the cohort or maybe outside as well. Frankly, doesn't matter too much. But at a high level, the goal would be as many people can join and contribute, the better. The only thing I'm worried about is like a lot of buzzard and a lot of unwanted issues. We'll see. I hope it'll be a win-win for everyone. I get a few issues fixed, and people, whatever issues they're facing, they can create their issues themselves and fix them. We will see as time goes by. AMI video will come probably not anytime soon. Maybe before end of year for sure. Like it's 2023 AMA, so it'll come before end of year. But when, I'm not sure. Cool. I think we're close to time here. So let me share a little bit about what we're doing today, what features we're building, what is the tech stack, and how I would approach an issue like this if I was supposed to, given this task in a company basically. Take it. That's at a high level what we'll try to do. We'll try to keep it under 2 to 3 hours and try to fix as many issues as we can here. I'll give a high level of the issue. I'll then just start coding it. And then after I'm done coding the issue, I will explain what was the thought process, how did I fix the issue, if I write tests, how did I write tests for it, things like these. Okay? Let's get right into it. The website where we're making issues is this website. This is the place where people come in the cohort and look at courses. So if you've bought any one of these courses, you will see them. If you've bought like any one course, you will see this extra course called ad hoc cohort classes. And once you go here, you can see the weekly schedule. And as you can see, it's very slow. This is one of the issues that we're fixing today because the calls are going directly to a database and not to a cache. You can see all the weekly schedules, and then when you go into a week, you can see all the videos for that week. And then if you go into a video, you can actually see the videos for that specific week. This is a sort of recursive directory structure. You can create more directories inside directories and keep on going from there. That's a high level of the website. Doesn't have anything other than that. Some like small adminish capabilities to unban people, ban people, things like these. But at a high level on the client side, what you see are all of these things. Now, given this website, there are a few things that are obviously bad that we need to fix. So the first one is at the end of every video, the user should see the next video in this week. What happens is if you're in a specific week and looking at a video, there's no section to, go to the next video in this series. So in the series will be the first video, second video, third video. If I want the second video, at the end of the second video, I probably just want to click a button that says next video. That will take me to the next one rather than, going back, looking at what was the video after this and clicking on it. And even the back functionality is messed up, as you can see. It's probably another issue we need to create. There we go. All right, at the end of the video, that's the issue. Let's get into how I would fix this. So the first thing I need to do is add a button here at the bottom right. That's straightforward stuff. I'll just put a button here that says next video. Ideally, it should say the title of the next video. Okay, that's the first thing. Let's see how I would approach it. First, I need to reach this specific page. So /courses/3/8. For that, this is the next app. So I would go to /courses/course ID page.tsx. This is where the first place where everything is getting caught. Now that I'm here, I see a back button. This is probably this back button right here. I see either a folder gets rendered or some content gets rendered. This is some content. This is not a folder that we're in, which is why this is probably the component where everything related to this is happening. Here, if I go, it just gets some metadata and then renders. Content render client basically means there's some client side logic needed, which is why this is a server component, but in the end, it's just getting some metadata and rendering a client component. And this client component probably is where, you have everything. If I go to the end, you will see the video player is rendered, which is this video player right here. Above it, there is something called the quality selector, which lets you select from these 3 qualities, so on and so forth. So at the end of this is where I need to add a new button. I probably want to copy one of the buttons from the quality selector for now. Yoink. And then paste it here. And here I want to name it next video. And when someone clicks on it, I probably want to push something to the router, which what it will be is something we'll have to figure out, but it will definitely be something like /courses/something. All right, and this router isn't defined, so I probably need to define it somewhere here. Is this a client component? It is. Okay. All right, let's see if we have a button that does something. I have a button. If I click on it, it takes me back to /courses. I just need to redirect to the next video in this specific segment. How do I figure out what is the next video is the next part? Okay, now we need to get a little bit into the backend of this specific application. For that, let's see. I mean, the ideal thing to do here is look at the schema. Like, what is the database schema? What does it look like? And if you look at, so like this is where, if you're doing this for the first time, it will be like, oh, what the fuck is happening? So I have already written this, so I know a bunch of this. I'll explain it a little bit. At a high level, there are courses. So there is a model, which basically means there is a database for courses. What is a course? Everything that you see here. So we basically have 3 courses right now. Actually 4. There's another one called 0 to 100. I don't have like 1 to 100 that I don't have access to. Inside every course, there's another model called user purchases, which basically means a mapping from the user ID to a course, who has bought which course. The content is the interesting one, which is basically all the content right here, which could be either a folder like this, or it could be a video like this. Cool. So let's see. ID, type, title, description, thumbnail, parent ID. What's parent ID here? I hope you guys can already guess it. This lies in the folder 3, which is why the parent ID for this guy is 3. And since this is Prisma, I have to does not matter what this is. The parent ID is what matters. And this is something that will be stored in the database. This won't. Course content. Courses, course content. Why would content have courses, course content? What is course content? Course content is the relationship between course ID and content ID. I wrote this and I'm totally blank as to what this does. Let's see. content and course content. What's the difference between these two? That makes sense. That makes sense. So, okay, what happens is a single video can be part of multiple courses, right? Or a single folder, for example. This specific folder that you see warming up is part of two courses. It is part of 0 to 1 also. It is part of 0 to 100 also. So, content is a separate table. Ki haan bhai, this week 1 is a content, week 2 is a content, whatever. And this is a mapping. Ki haan, this specific content is present in this course, and a single content can be present in multiple courses. Hope that makes sense. If I show you the database, which I don't know if I should, I probably shouldn't. In the database, you'll see, multiple mappings. A single content, which for example is this is a content, is part of two courses. It's part of this course also and this course also. If I go here, I see here as well. Cool. All right. We have course content. Finally, we have video metadata, which has all the video metadata, which is subtitles, thumbnails, video URLs, things like this. A video has multiple URLs for a few reasons, which is why you see it's pretty big. Sessions ignore, I don't think we use it. User is the user table. Discord connect is, a table where we dump all the user to Discord mappings. So if you go to the home page here, you see a button called join Discord. When the user clicks on it, their user ID gets connected to a Discord. This is just for, auditing purposes. So we know if someone's doing something bad on Discord, we can relay back to their user ID and kick them out, things like these. All right. That's a high level of what the schema looks like. Now, the question is, how do I find the next video given a certain video? So if I look at the course content, that's probably where I will find this, if I'm not wrong. Wait, actually, let's just go to a function that I might have already written, where I do some, course fetching or, content fetching. Let's go to db/ something. There you go, db/ course.js. So this function is interesting. It's actually, a solid function. What does it do? It says, given a course ID and children IDs, return back all the content in this folder. What is the course ID? The first thing that you see here, this is course number 1. This is course number 3. And inside a course, it can keep going as deep as possible. There can be folder inside a folder inside a folder. So if you're here, then 3 is the first input to this, and children IDs is just 1, it's like an array, which has a single value called 1. And this function's responsibility is to return everything that's part of this folder, which could be folders or videos. And in the future, maybe things like PDFs. Cool. So that's a high level of what this function does. We need to build something very similar. If I am in a folder, I need to get back what is the next video in this folder. For that, I can for sure define a function here. All right, my bad. There you go. The function should be called get next video, which will take two things as input. The current folder ID or current parent folder, I guess. Parent. Current parent folder is fine, which is a string, probably a number actually, and the current video ID, which is a number as well. So given these two things, it needs to return the next content. All right. So for that, we need to first, we just need to create a database query, which gets us the next video in line here, which means the next video whose ID is just more than the current video ID. So I need to do something like const. Okay, let's see. What do we do here? First ID. We first need to make sure that the content, the parent is a folder. So for that, let me just get the parent, which is probably easier to get here. Course ID equal to db.coursecontent.find many order by ascending, where course ID is course ID include content true. If children.length is 0, which means it is video, then do this. If that is not the case, then first find the last video, okay? And if the last video is a folder, then find everything inside, else just return the folder. Okay, so what I will do is I am going to copy this over and paste it here. Content is declared value of use, that's fine. Indeed, this would be current parent folder ID. So we get the content. Now I need to get everything inside this folder. All right. Now that I have a folder, the content, I need to do a const just content equal to db.content.find first. That sounds right. Order by content ID is actually ascending, where content ID greater than video content ID, if the syntax is correct, which doesn't seems like it's the case. ID and ID. All right, let's see this content. Find first, order by where this thing, and one more thing. The parent ID needs to be something, right? I need to find the video whose parent is this guy right here and is right next to this video. That makes sense. So I need to say कि हाँ भाई, the parent ID that looks right. There we go. I don't think we need this db call at all. All right. Let's see. Cool. Let's try to call this function and see if it does what it's supposed to do. There's a good chance it does not. I wrote this very quickly. And the other thing is I need to extract the current parent ID and the current video ID wherever I'm calling it. So let's go to content render client, and here actually let's go to content renderer. It takes a few inputs, does not get the parent ID as an input, so I have to see where is this being rendered. It's been rendered in a few places. This is the one that I need, and is this the one that I need? Admin, there you go. All right, so यहाँ पे I just need to extract. So देखो यार क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं? The first render that happens whenever I reach this page, which is any video, I need to get what is the next video up front, so I can populate this button correctly. I can put the title of the next video, and I can also make sure when the user clicks on it, they reach the next video. For that, I defined a function which may or may not do what it's supposed to do, but that function takes two inputs: the parent video ID, which is the folder in which this video is present, and the current video, so that we can find the next video in this folder. So here I would basically try to get the last two arguments, which is this guy here and this guy here, so that I can actually, send this over that function. So for that, it will basically be, okay, const parent ID equal to const array, let's call it directory array, equal to the parent ID, which is parse int course ID, and it is the rest of the things, basically this thing right here. What am I missing? Probably. Oh no. Alrighty, we have this. Thanks. Why does this keep playing? We'll close this. Alright. We have the directory array. We just need to pass in the last two elements of this directory array to get back the next video. Contents. So hopefully this is straightforward. Let's see what it gave us. Nope, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. Await get next video. Yep, that looks right. Get next video. And what are the two inputs it needs to take? The parent ID, which would be directory array of directory array dot length -1, and the last thing, which would be no, we don't need this. -2 and then -1. There we go. Now let's just try to log it and see if we're actually getting the next video, and then go from there. Cool. Getting somewhere. Let's see what gets logged on the server. And what gets logged on the server is null, which I think is fine because this is the last video of this folder. Let's go back and then let's go to this video. /3/1. I need to add a few more things. Yeah. Anyways, let's go to part 1. There you go. Still null, which is bad. What are we missing? Let's go to get next video. Let's see what all do we receive as inputs here. Refresh. I received 3 and 3 as input, which sounds right. Then it needs to hit the database, find the first value order by ascending, where parent ID equals to 3, which there are a few elements here which have parent ID equal to 3. 1, 2, 3. And ID is greater than current value. What is the ID of this guy? It's 5. So it should just work. Why is this query not returning what I want it to return? Now I will have to actually expose the database, which is mostly fine if I'm being honest. So my local app is actually connected to the prod database, which isn't the best thing in the world, but it's fine for now until we open source. Anda hai koi? Parent. There you go. What is the parent ID for these 3? Why would it not show me the... Oh, there you go. Parent ID is 1. It's not 3. Interesting. Then why is the... That makes a lot of sense. So what I'm doing is the parent ID, the ID of this folder is actually 1, which is this folder right here, week 0 warming up. But when I go inside, if you look at the route, it says 3/3. it does not say 3/1/3. Ideally, it should say 3/1/3, if I'm being honest. So I think the routing itself is messed up. Now the question is, do we fix the routing, or do we just, fix the thing we're at and just call it a day? We're going to fix the thing that we're at and call it a day. So let's, now basically it should be straightforward. Const current content equal to await db.content dot find first. Where the ID is the current video ID, and here it would be current content dot parent ID. There we go. Yeah, that should do it. That's much cleaner actually. Let's go here. I don't think we need this as an input anymore, and yeah, that's good enough. Cool. I think we're getting somewhere. I just need to look at where we're calling get next video. This guy's voice is so irritating. It's very irritating to hear your own noise, like voice anywhere. All right. Here, sorry, where was I? Get next video. There we go. What is this file? Next video, some incorrect file that I've created. All right, this just needs to send one argument, which is just the last thing in rest. So it just needs to send rest dot length -1 string not. All right. All right, let's try that one more time. And also make sure we're eating. Thank you. Yeah, seems to work. When I am at 3, the next video, which is 4, gets logged. When I am at 4, the next video, that's 5, gets logged. When I am at 5, probably null gets logged. तो ये back का logic पूरा messed up है. Oh, 6 gets logged. The fuck? Week 1 folder gets logged. Huh? Wow, this is very good. How did this get logged? The parent ID for this, what is the parent? It's null, right? So why would this get logged again? Because I did a check. Yeah. Never mind. We're getting close. Let's just finish a V1 and then we'll go from there. We get the right thing logged, so I just need to put, okay, there you go. We go to the content renderer. We'll add a new input to this guy, which will be next content equal to, and I should not call this next video content because the next thing could actually be a directory to the next week. So let's call it next content. Delete this, let's delete this. Let's go to next content. Let's add. Now the question is, do we keep type safety or not? And I think we should. Content. Here, what is it? It's basically ID. What do we really need? ID, type, title are good enough. All right, this looks good. And then liquid. Oh. Oh God, I've messed up my. There you go. Okay. Now this guy needs to be like, let's just first do a check. Okay, if next content actually exists, only then should we render the button. And the title of this guy needs to be next content dot title. Question really is, where should it redirect to, which we can get to eventually. But let's see if it works. Alright, did not work. Does anyone already know? I'm probably not passing next content in a few places because of. Does chat know what's up? Or I need to debug this myself. Let's see, where is chat? Every framework better than Java Spring Boot. Why are you using? I have to add node font size. This doesn't irritate me yet. When it does, I will add it. Anyone know what's up? What did I miss? I think I know what I missed, but do you guys? Oh, really? Oh, sorry. All right. No help in chat. I will make a video on NeoVim very soon. It's on the charts. It's just, I want to explain it in a way where it's much easier to understand than, and like it's just not an installation, which is why I haven't done it yet, but it is on the cards. It'll be a long video whenever it comes out. Oh, am I in the wrong video? Oh, I'm in CSS basics. That makes sense. Let's go back here. All right, I do see it. I do see HTML basics tags. And if I click on this one, right now it takes me here. Just need to redirect it correctly. All right, sounds good. So this seems to be working as expected. CSS. Okay, cool. Let's do a few things. Oh, we need to redirect it first. This will be a pain. So what I can do is just replace the last thing with the new content ID. I think that works. All right. How did we get the rest of the things here? What was the rest? Okay, params igloo course, param not course ID. Whew. Okay. Get the current route. There we go. So here I need to first oh, sorry. Oof. Okay, this might not be as clean as I was thinking it would be. Oh, there you go. We have search params here already. Why do we have this? Oh, okay, that's search params. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Okay. one. There we go. ठीक है जी. This is done. Let's log this out. Yep, I am using lazy vim. Oh, is this not a client? It is a client component. Where is this issue? Path name equal to use next router 23. Content renderer client. This is the client. Next router was not mounted. What am I missing here? Can anyone tell me? It is a client component, if that was your first guess. Or let's take, we could take a different route, which I don't want to. Dependency missing? No, I don't think that's it. What do we realistically need? We need to change URL. Let's go to our friend here, the mini intern, if it would work. There you go. All right, I have a URL. How to I'm eating eggs and this is just milk. Trying to be healthy. Worked out after a really long time today. So need to extract the route from the URL as well. I did try, so next/navigation does not, from what I can tell, have a path name argument unless I'm missing something. Console.log router paths. Is it capital N? Oh, oopsie daisy. This is when it gets irritating, when the logic is sorted, but some small thing will mess you up. Let's go to the console. It's not defined. Okay, let's do this. Let's render the router and see what it gives us. Okay, it gives us a bunch of functions. Yeah. Oh, replace. There you go. Huh. What is this replace? Oh, yeah, that might not be it. Sorry. Cool. We can, okay, let's see what we did here. Oh, we got it from the parameters and then rest equal to param.courseID/. Okay, param. So this has the list of, yeah, there you go. So let's do this. Let's, what's the best way of doing it, guys? Use the hook. Which hook? Whenever you write like a suggestion, just put the code inside so it's easier to, I don't have to re-ask the question. And also there's slow mode on, so I will not have to wait 40 seconds for you to respond, which is fine. This is very, like, coding gets so irritating because, you have fixed it. It's right there, but now you need to figure out how you can do routing the cleanest way in Next.js. Like I have access to the thing here. I can just pass it down as props, but probably not the best thing, which is why I'm going to take the right approach. Especially if I'm going to open source this project, I don't want it to be ugly, which currently, if I'm being honest, it's not as clean as I would like it to be. For example, look at the things at the top right now. So they're like a bunch of TS ignores. That's another reason it's not open source yet. Anyways, let me just figure this out. This will need to be there we go. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We have href. We can just get the end and then no. There we go. Path name. I am trying to create a few features. The first one being this one. So feel free to read what we're doing while I figure this out. But I have this. I need to do a path dot replace 17 with whatever 18. That should do it. The only problem here is what if the route has another 17? I need to replace the last thing. So I should ideally, yeah. Okay, let's add a function that write a function. Oh, there you go. Given a string that looks like this, how do give me a function that replaces the last /3 with another number. All right. Split it at slash. Not the word. Yeah, that's probably what this guy will tell me. Now, there you go. Exactly what you said, Jay. There you go. Yeah, that sounds right. Pop, not push. Oh no, this won't work. Huh. Numbers on a string. All right. How long did it take? It took us almost 45 minutes to solve the first issue here. New path equal to this, and then router dot push new path. All right. Let's see if this worked. I'm not usually this lucky, but we'll see. All right, there we go. Seems to have worked. I have a bigger folder. Let's test it out there, but mostly seems like it's going, does what it's supposed to do. So done with issue number 1. Let me push and then close the issue. Let me give a high level of how we fixed it. There you go. Come to bite you in the ass. All right, let's put this inside a try catch at the very least, I think. If you're in a folder and it tries to access this thing, what's the issue though? Prisma ID is missing. Oh, because there's nothing here. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. What's the function called again? Get next something. There we go. If not current video ID, return null. All right. Warming up. If I'm here, it says the next video is This is so slow. The next issue is actually, making this a little bit faster, adding Redis as a cache. HTML basics. That sounds wrong. Oh no, that sounds right. Intro to IDE, HTML basics, CSS basics. And then ideally we need to redirect to the folder, but okay, we'll get there when we get there. This is a good V1 to push out. I also need... Oh, this back thing is so messed up, dude. Another thing we need to fix. And this is the fact that it's so slow. Alright, let's go to the course. Let's go to week 3. This has, I think, 9 videos or something. So let's go to the first one. Looks like it does what it's supposed to do. Yeah, alright. Let's just push the button to the right side, add like an arrow to it, and then we're good to go. Content client. This is the button, and then let's add it here. Div class name equal to flex. What is it? Column row reverse, all right. Yep. Let's see. Seems to work. And then I need to add, I don't really need to add an icon here, but go back, add an icon. Never mind. We're good. V1 is done. Let me push this out. Let me test this a little bit more because this deploys directly to production. As long as nothing breaks, I think we're fine. Yes. All right, good to go. First one's done. Let's push it out. Let's close. Oh. It will deploy eventually. Let's get to the second one. This one's, I think, to introduce caching. There we go. So what is the problem in the website right now? The biggest problem. The biggest problem is, okay, if you go here, you click here, you see the amount of, well, it did not take a lot of time this time, but as you keep navigating, it takes a lot of time for the content to come back. Suddenly very snappy. It usually isn't this snappy. There are a few ways we can make this faster. The biggest problem right now is none of the database calls are cached, which basically means every request hits the database directly. There are two problems with this. Number one, I'm getting billed really heavily. Number two, that it's slow. A bunch of times you'll see like skeletons here because it's still trying to get something from the database, which it's not necessary for it to get it from the database. It might be good to add a cache here. It's very common architecture if you might have heard of it or seen it in multiple places. Whenever you have a backend which needs to talk to a database, you usually put a cache on the side, and before you hit the database, you actually hit the cache and check back, ke bhai, is this thing in cache? And if it is, you just return this cached value to the end user. Else, you hit the database. Now you might ask, Harkirat, either way you have to hit the cache or the database. Isn't it equal amount of effort? Not necessarily. You can make the cache sit closer to your machine. You can make the cache sit in the machine. If I'm being honest, if I'm being really honest, ekdam dil se bhai, we actually don't need like a Redis cache, which is what I was originally thinking. We actually just need to have an in-memory cache and refresh it every 2 minutes or so. Basically, this doesn't change very often. Like the content here doesn't change very often. It gets added like time to time. And for that reason, it might not make sense to do any hops. Once we get it on the server, we can... Never mind, this cannot happen. Next, we're using Next. We're using Vercel, which, doesn't have a single server. It actually, there's probably a way to cache it directly on the server, but then this is just going to complicate things. So let me think here. Which approach will we take? Again, the issue is this: add a Redis cache for all database calls. So basically, all these calls that you were seeing, there's just one db/course.ts file. This file, as you can see, has a bunch of functions exposed, which take some inputs, which are numbers or strings, hit the database, return an output. We need to add a cache here, cache call here to some in-memory cache, Redis, bunch of other caches, and then if that value is present in the cache, just return it as such. Else, hit the database. ठीक है? Redis भी फिर अलग process run करेगा. That is true. Local storage. What do you mean local storage? Servers don't have local storage, and even if they do, the thing is we've deployed it on Vercel, which is, there isn't a single server. There are a bunch of servers all around the world. I think every process is every request to Vercel is serverless, which means it's a new invocation, which means even if you cache something in memory, it will not be retained very well, which is why I did not take the approach of caching it in memory. That would be nice, but that's probably not what we want to do here. Any other suggestions? It is a private repo right now, but will be open source soon enough. I mean, New Year tak to ho jayega. Would be nice if you guys would contribute to it. All right, let's do Redis then. I think Vercel provides you with data. I don't know. What's the cheapest way to get a Redis instance on the internet? Fucking we broke the last deployment. Huh. Shoot. My bad. It's not too late to buy the cohort. I think you're fine. One second. Let me just fix this and then we can go from there. Next content is missing in this thing. Is this the admin route? Okay. Content renderer. The admin route needs to pass the next content and null is fine. Or let me just that's fine. Can I get a remote full-time job with just one internship? You can. Anything can happen. I mean, it's not easy to get a job. It's possible is the only thing, but there is, a bunch of factors. One of them being you being at the right place at the right time. Other one being the markets. The better the market, the higher the probability of you getting in. And other than that, yes, you can, but these are like very... what do you call it? I wouldn't call it dumb. It's not a dumb question. But it's like always the answer is yes. You can. The question is, will you? And is there an easy path there? Is there a written path? If I do this course and give 10 hours a day, I will get in? No. It's very ad hoc and very luck based, and also very market based, and also your skills and being at the right place at the right time. Backend node pe hai. Backend is it's basically next for both front end and backend. So basically a node pe. All right. My only worry with Vercel is it's very expensive. Use to Singapore region, but the server functions are running in Washington using. Okay, never mind. I mean, there's no point. You guys are all in India. There's no point having a Redis cluster in. Like most people on the website are from India, like 90% of the traffic. So a Redis instance elsewhere is just going to increase latency. What can we do? We need another service. Does anyone know, other than like AWS? I don't want to. I mean, that's the worst case we'll take. But any other provider that lets you bring up Redis for cheap? Next.js cache. Okay, let's try that out. I have never tried that out. That might be the way to go. No, this is for API calls. We need a cache on a database. Unless I'm missing something. Avian. Okay, what's Avian? Oh, these guys. Do they have a service in India? I know these guys because they reached out for a brand deal and they gave out a very incredibly outrageous number. And then they said, no, thank you. There it is. There we go. Chalo. हो गई इनकी brand deal भी. Create free. How do I hide this? Let me update my env file and then we can go from there. All right, I have added my oh, it's already open to everyone. Next, data eviction policy. Data eviction policy, what happens when your service reaches maximum memory limit? When set to no eviction, rights will fail. Okay, not no eviction then. Evict all keys, least recently used first. That sounds good to me. Next, add data. I don't have to migrate. I can take it from here. All right. So we have what we need. We have a Redis instance running, which is accessible from anywhere. Let's just see if we can put data here and get data from here. Redis CLI connect to a URL. All right. I'm going to do this off screen so that I don't expose the Redis URL. Okay. Could not connect to Redis. Node name or server name provided or not known. What am I missing? Use the password with a dash or dash u option. Command line will not be safe. You could not connect to Redis hosted. This thing, node name or server name provided or not known. Okay, never mind. This might be a problem, might not be a problem. We don't know just yet. But let me assume that I have the right Redis URL and it's supposed to do what it's supposed to do. Let's add Redis to our project. And specifically like to all our database calls. ठीक है जी. Do we understand what is happening, or are we up in everything up in the air right now? Let's see. Do you guys know what I'm doing here? Let's do a poll. Do you understand the problem statement? Okay, that sounds right. Create client from Redis, create client, probably exported right next to 50 yes, 50 no. So basically what we are doing, let me explain this one more time. What we're doing is Okay, there is a website. We own the code for that website. This is that website. On this website, when you click on view content, there's a database call that happens that returns you all of these. If I click on any of the folders, there is a database call that happens, returns you all of these. Same thing again. Every time I'm doing this, as you can see, there's a loader. Loader basically means, it's taking some time for the database call to happen. Secondly, every database call is expensive. So why not introduce a cache in the middle, which is a standard way of doing something like this. If you have a backend, which in our case is the Next.js backend, rather than hitting the database directly, you first hit the cache, check if your value is present in the cache. If it is, you return it as such. If not, is when you hit the database and you expire the cache every few minutes, or if your data ever changes, if you're changing the folder structure, you evict the cache, or you just have a general eviction. I will evict the cache every 2 minutes. So even if there is some delay, it's just for 2 minutes. If I add a video here from the admin dashboard, a few people might not see it for 2 minutes, which is fine. Okay, we are using Vercel for everything because we're using Next.js. Someone said Upstash, it's a little late now. We have a free one, so it's fine. We'll just go with that. Cool, Haji. Let's start. Where do we have to add the caches? It's right here. Let's start with the get course function. Okay. What's the best way to do this? Let's create a new class here. Let's call it cache.ts. Let's make it a singleton. And here let's do whatever Redis expects us to do, which is this followed by scanning localhost client error thing not connect. Okay, client.set. Okay, what does this guy return? Redis client type. All right. Let's see Redis client type. Client has well, it has. Oh, you cannot await in the constructor, can you? Whew, this is one thing in JavaScript I will always hate. Here, your constructor cannot be async. So any async calls you need to do in your constructor need to go out to another init function, which makes, because of which I need to make this client optional. That's why there's a question mark here, because client may or may not exist, because I cannot initialize it here, because creating the client itself is an async call. Does anyone know a better way to do this? I assume not. Type like a god with hands on NeoVim. It's just practice. Getting good at NeoVim is just practice. It takes a month of you slowing down your speed. It'll basically slow your development flow for a month, after which you'll be fine. So it's just a lot of practice. Took me almost 3 years to take the leap. Would never go back. I think everyone says that. Once you go from VS Code to WebStorm, you can't go back to VS Code. Once you go from WebStorm to Emacs or Vim, then you cannot go back to your original GUI. These things. So long story short, install NeoVim. Spend whenever you have some free time. When you have like a month or so where you can code slowly, try it out. And if I have one suggestion here, it is use LazyVim. It'll make all the configurations much easier. ठीक है. Few people asking for the keyboard. It's this. It's a Japanese keyboard. I don't know if you can read it. Unsure if it's available in India. But it's pretty good. Alright, G. Static. All right, looks sort of good. Looks okay. The only thing that's left is how do you allow people to set and get cash? Type. I mean, nah, it's fine. Type string args string array. This dot client question mark dot set. Key would be type, and no, key would be, oh god. So the ugliest way to do this would be this, something like this. Type space args को stringify कर दो. Stringify. All right. This is ugly. Should probably not do this, but ठीक है. All right, that looks good. And then finally, there needs to be a get function that just needs to be on the type. And args, which is a string array, and then needs to return this dot client dot get, basically this thing. ठीक है जी, we have a Redis cache class that I can just reuse everywhere. It expects, it basically gives you two functions, get and set, and the arguments are such that you can give it, okay, this is the database I'm trying to access, these are the arguments I'm trying to access it with, tell me if there is a cached value. If it is, I'll just return it as such. If not, I will hit the database. Cool. Let's go to DB, basically right next to this. Here, let's start with the first one. Cache dot get instance dot get, let's call it get course comma course ID, const value equal to await this, if value return value, probably need to parse it. Oh, oopsie daisy, seems like there is an issue receiving a call. Oh, fucking hey, you guys cannot see my screen, can you? How long has this been? My bad, guys. I was doing blind magic, which is why. How long has this been? Fucking hey. Bro can see the dark. My bad, my bad. Alright, sorry about that. How long has this been? Oh my god. So thank god we have good people who, you know, remind me of these things. Cool, bhai. You guys can see it. Let me show you what I had built until now. What did I press a button? I don't know. Anyways, let's go. Let me show you what I built. This is a simple class that I wrote. It's called a cache class, and it, as you can see, has a few arguments. The arguments being, you know, okay, bhai, it'll basically, have you guys heard of singletons? Basically a design pattern that lets you minimize the number of connections that you have to Redis or something else. So I've created this as a singleton, and it high level exposes two functions, set and get. Set to set something on Redis, get to get that specific value. The type is basically, what is the specific DB query that you're doing, and then args is the arguments that you're doing the database query with, and value is the value that you want to set over there, and then get is just the opposite. You have the type and the arguments, and this will return you the current value in the cache. Okay? Let's just look at the users. I think that will make it slightly easier to understand. Maybe not. Let me know. But let's finish this feature and then go from there, because it's already been an hour now. It'll be return value. Now the question is, should we parse it? Probably need to parse it. Try const parse if parsed value return parsed value. This is like the boring stuff of like when you're coding, when you know something can be built, you know the way to build it, but now you're just spending time coding. So for these issues, I would hope that one day AI comes and fixes all of this for us. Cache from add db slash cache. Alrighty. Number is not assignable to string. All right, let's see. Let's put a log here and let's see if this does what it's supposed to do. Console dot log cache hit, and then the other thing I need to do is I need to inside the cache give it the right URL, which is as simple as process.env.redis underscore URL string or undefined. String has no properties in common with this thing. Okay, what is the syntax of this create client? Oh, URL is all right. Cool. Let's see. Let's go back to this guy, and then let's also log, inside get course, and then cache hit followed by a cache miss. Let's go to the URL. Let's restart the server. Let's see if this does what it's supposed to do, which is, the first time it hits, it should not hit the cache, and then eventually it should hit the cache. We'll see. If not this time, oh. Little I know what's up. All right, need to return as well. Right, let's go to the server logs. so much noise here, it's hard to figure out. Okay, inside get course, cache miss, inside get cursor, cache miss. Let's refresh, cache miss, cache miss. All right. Redis is not initialized. That was never logged for some reason. All right. थोड़ी स्पीड बढ़ाते हैं यार. This is going really slow. Cache get, inside get. Okay. A few gets are happening. Oh! I hope you guys know what I did wrong. Who will do the set? Your papa? Cache dot set get course comma course id dot to string comma courses. All right. Can I set type of all right. Cache hit. There you go. There is a cache hit, but it's still so slow. Still so slow. This is what I was worried about. Okay, even after introducing a cache, this is going to be really slow. The only benefit that we have now is that it's the number of DB calls are going to be reduced, which basically means I'm going to save some money because Postgres is paid, but Redis is free. Redis can be free because it's a cache. You don't really worry about caches, you know. Even if they don't pay, it's fine. Like even if it goes down, it's fine. It's just a cache. It's not your primary store. But if your database goes down, you're screwed, right? So for that reason, my database is paid. I've reduced the number of database calls. As you can see, I'm getting a bunch of cache hits, which means, you know, I'm not actually doing. If there's a cache hit, what is happening? Oh, I'm still not sure. Oh yeah, if there's a cache hit, basically means this logic isn't getting called, which means I'm not hitting my database. I'm just getting the value back from Redis. Now there are two issues here. Number one, I haven't added an expiry. So let me actually add an expiry to this guy right here, so that whenever we're setting a value, it gets expired after some time. Expiry set Redis set expire expire key. There you go. Third argument with the X. All right. Let's do that. What does 10 mean? Does it mean 10 seconds? Does it mean 10 milliseconds? I don't know. But I think we'll just be able to know. All right. I've added a cache that has an expiry of 10, I don't know what, most probably 10 seconds. Oh, socket closed unexpectedly. Which is fine. I mean, if Redis goes down, it's all good. Doesn't matter at all. Again, it's not able to connect to Redis. Is it because I'm on a free whatever this thing is, or is it something else? I just probably need to add an in-memory cache. I think there's no point of adding a Redis cache anyways. So that's the good thing is the cache class is pretty generic. So let's create an in-memory object. Let's get of Redis here and then package.json. Let's go back to cache and let's just make it in memory. There's no point of private in memory db key string and value is going to be Any is fine. Let's initialize it here. Ideally, it should be like a map in TypeScript, but this is fine. The only thing is expiry. How do we take care of expiry here? Value any and then expiry number is fine. Need to add an evict function here. This dot, let's just make it a map. Iterate over map in PS. My map, but for each value and then key. Interesting. Okay, let's just make it a map. It'll be slightly cleaner if it's a map, also slightly. I mean, it's just better syntax, that's all. A map from a string to, you know, this thing right here. Fuck. That looks good. Copilot is of no help here, which is not great. The sets would basically let's just keep this here. It would basically do this dot in set again, the whole string. I mean, the arguments can be almost the same. Yoink. Do we need to stringify anymore? Probably not. There's a value and there's an expiry, which in our case I'm just going to do expiry new date dot get time plus WhatsApp message, just making sure you guys can still see the screen. Looks like it's fine. Cool. This does what it's supposed to do, and the get will also change now to, you know, simply return a this dot in memory DB. The hell. Dot set. All right. Looks good, looks good, looks good. I think I have done everything I was supposed to do. I can get rid of init right here and don't need to call it. In memory DB is an empty map. I do a set on a map, I do a get on a map. I still need to implement evict, which is fine, shouldn't be too difficult. I probably need to do one more thing here, which is give high const value equal to. My neighbors are having a party again. These guys love to party. Const value equal to this, and then if new date not get time is greater than the value dot expiry. Firstly, if no value, return null. But if there is value, then expiry, then again return null, else return this. Else don't return this, just return value.value. All right. Also, maybe if there is the thing is expired, just delete it. This dot in memory db dot, is it delete? Is it remove? Map remove ts. Delete the key, which is this long thing right here. Hopefully that is clear. We'll see it in action, but until we see it in action, hopefully the implementation is slightly clear. Maybe it isn't actually, it's too much code here now. So let me quickly explain what I've done. What I've done is I've created a new cache class, and the purpose of this cache class is to simply create an in-memory database, which is this thing right here, which is basically an object or a map. And then all the cached values get stored in here, and anytime there's a get, you try to get the cached value if it exists and if it hasn't yet expired. And then there's an effect function which I haven't yet implemented. We can implement it eventually. All right, let's see if the speed is actually increased. That's the whole point of doing this. And then I'll just increase the expiry by a bit. So first time, very, very slow. Cache miss. Refresh. Cache miss. Refresh. Cache miss. Refresh. Cache miss. Refresh. Okay. Redis initialized cache get. Missing something very obvious. Okay. Here. Set. Anyone know what I'm... If anyone is following at all. Okay, I'm looking at chat now. Was anyone following what I was doing? And the answer could totally be no. We were just doing our own thing. Semicolon. I seriously doubt that's the issue. This is cache.ts. I don't know if this is correct or not, starting from 0 to 1. Farkia, can you tell me start programming as an absolute beginner? Yep, semicolon, that's my question. Yep, you're following. Increase the expiry time. It is 10 seconds, right? Or am I missing something here? Also, let's just get rid of these. I don't think, 10 seconds is a long time. So I don't know if that's the thing that's... fucking A. Let's just make all of these static. Huh. Are you in Japan right now? What do you think? Where do you think I am? No, I'm not in Japan. I'm in Delhi right now. You think it's 10 milliseconds? Huh. I don't think so. I could be wrong. We can try it out. Let's see. I've done a few things. I've made everything static, which might not work because we have it in memory DB. So a bunch of undos later. Private. I am looking at. Can you detail answer to yesterday's question about DB schema of following and followers? Okay, Raj, I remember your question. So someone is creating a Twitter clone. We're going to take a small detour really quickly. And they asked me this question yesterday as well. So let me just answer it very well. You have a users table, which has what? It has whatever user ID, which is a number, let's say, or a UUID. You have their first name, last name, email, okay? Which you know the types for. That's your users table. You create a new following table where the IDs are person 1, which is an ID, It's actually a foreign key to this table right here, and then person 2, and then maybe a followed at, which is when did person 1 follow person 2. Thing to notice, you could have person 1, person 2, you could also have person 2, person 1, which basically means they're both following each other. So person 1 here means who is following, person 2 means who are they following. So that's how I would create the schema of someone following someone else. The only problem here is this table can get really big because, if there are realistically a million users or whatever, I don't know, billion users in X and everyone's following, 50 people or 100 people or 500 people. So this exponentiates very quickly. This is one table you need to be very careful of. Cage size will grow. So for that reason, you do the standard. If you're doing something like this, at the very least, you need to have some assumption on, or some limits on someone can only follow 5,000 people. So that way, your database can support these many entries. But if your database, if you allow everyone to follow everyone, then this table will basically run out of memory. You have to do some other things to fix it. All right. Any more questions like these? Any technical questions high level? Can Kafka be used in the mem data store instead of the pub sub? I mean, we didn't use a pub sub here to begin with. We used a simple Redis in-memory cache. Can Kafka be used as a in-memory data store instead of a pub sub? Neither should probably be an in-memory data store. A pub sub's goal is to, be a pub sub. People can subscribe, people can publish, and Kafka is to, almost do the same thing. And neither should be used as your stores. Have you covered all of this in the topic in the course? And we'll give offer on the course for Christmas. Offer on Christmas might happen, and we have not covered any of this yet. It's like at least a month and a half ahead, if not more. All right. Constructor, static instance. It does though. Next instance, static out. All right. So some people said the issue is that the expiry isn't too much. So let's add a log here. Expired. Let's try that one more time. The hell, neither is getting logged. Neither cache miss nor cache hit. Expired. Set. Few questions. I learned backend and made a tours app in Node.js and Mongo. What's next step? What is next step? To build an app, it's either you open source it and make it really big, or you build something very niche that you can sell on day zero. A Mongo app, or whatever, tours app, if you have a family business that does tours or whatever, then it's easier to sell. If not, then it's a good project to put on your portfolio and then just move on. There's nothing much you can do with the project other than open sourcing it maybe, if you think that's useful and if it'll get you a bunch of eyes when it comes to recruiters. That makes sense. I was refreshing the wrong URL. All right. Cache miss expired. That's fine. Cache hit. Oh, cache hit. There you go. I mean, a cache hit and a cache miss. Interesting. Error while parsing JSON data. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That's because you don't have to parse it, I guess. If value, return value. सर B1 B2 वीज़ा कितनी बार दे सकते हैं एक बार जाने के लिए? 2 बार से ज़्यादा मत करो. If you get rejected the first time, then try one more time, and if you got rejected in Delhi, then try it in India, vice versa. I'm sorry, try it in Madras or some other embassy. And if it gets rejected the second time, you're screwed. Then you visit a bunch of more countries and then come back to it eventually. Good question. अभी line बहुत लंबी है लेकिन for B1 B2, unless you have a visa guy like mine who I don't know what he does. It takes 50,000 rupees and gets you in the line somehow. It's really hard to get whatever into the line of B1 B2 at this moment from what I know. Can you tell me how to start with programming as an absolute beginner? It is to, well, as an absolute beginner के लिए तो भैया it's usually the fuck. Oh. Absolute beginner के लिए the best thing to do is do DSA. There's this is underrated advice. But anyone who starts programming, the easiest way is to solve math problems in it, and then eventually you can build projects, full stack, whatever. But if you start by building websites, then it will be a little overwhelming because there are too many technologies to learn. You can build a simple website like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, but if you get into React directly, it will be really hard, especially if you've never coded before. So high level advice, the general roadmap is, okay, you start by doing DSA. Then if you're in college, you aim for ICPC. If you get into ICPC, great. If not, then at least you understand programming a little bit. And then you can go from there. Okay, now I know programming, GSOC is my next goal. And then you start learning development technologies and slowly you grow up. That's the high level of how I at least learned programming. Bro, there is a cache hit, yet it's so slow. What am I missing here? There is some weird what do you call this, Next.js thingy that's causing it to, there's no point for it to load if, let me increase the expiry by a lot. There's something I've done wrong when I've set up Next.js here that's leading to, these skeletons, even if there's a cache hit. What the hell is getting loaded? What is taking so much time? I know, sorry, my bad. There are other routes I need to cache, so that's just my bad. There are other routes that I need to cache. It's all good. What were you saying? I am doing BCA and learning. Where can I find remote jobs that do not need work permit? Mostly Twitter. Let me leave you guys with a song while I go to grab something to drink. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Maybe 5. This song is called Atta Asli. I can post it in chat. Okay, G, let's finish this. Latest content. All right, that's the second one. This is the third function. Get course content. Cache dot get get what's the issue here? Anyone know what I'm missing here? Something obvious only. How to understand a GSOC orgs project? Join the cohort. I mean, high level. देखो यार. There are only a few projects that you can understand when you are very good at a certain stack. What happens is, if you open any random GSOC project, you have to understand the context of the project. You have to understand the nice polar bear. Oh, thanks. You have to understand that specific projects. Developers are dumb, write dumb code. I've written a lot of dumb code here. तो उनका dumb code भी तुम समझो, ऊपर से stack भी तुम समझो, and you also spend time learning a new technology. So it's hard. So first goal is कि हाँ, learn one stack well. When you are good at one stack well, then you can at least look at some projects. उसके बाद the second step is understanding the nuances of that code base, and then the third step is finding a small issue. Fourth step is finding a big issue. Fifth step is कि हाँ, now you're working the GSOC and you can actually do real world contributions. तब तक का goal is just to get in as many things as you can. How much offer will you give on Christmas? I have no idea. Hello, is cohort 1 to 100 live with 0 to 1, or is it after? It's afterwards, so they're sequential one after the other. All right, guys, no help here again. I am going to radix number undefined is not. Is this one? No, it's not wrong. Number undefined string is. Oh, okay, I think I know what it is. Nope, spoke too soon. दिलजीत का सॉन्ग बजाई ना भैया. Sure. Why you named it item 2? Well, that's just what the term that I used. Which editor is this? This is NeoVim. Why? Okay, answer that. Is there a way compare two graph images in Python and depict the similarity? Not that I know of from the top of my head. It's an interesting question though. भाई क्या गलत कर रहा हूँ यार यहाँ मैं? Language should be C++ if you're starting in DSA. Code side. Oh, fucking hey. You are right. Ah, thanks. Oh, a bunch of returns here. Tuple type or be passed to as a REST parameter. What am I missing here? Which framework is this? This is Next.js. What are you creating, Harkirat? So I'm creating a cache in front of my database. We have a website which is very slow right now. Basically all calls go directly to the database. We're trying to put an in-memory cache in front of it because why? Oh, sorry, this is the wrong website. This is the right website. So basically, as you can see, well, it's suddenly it's very fast, Murphy's law, but usually it can be slow from time to time. Also very expensive. Everything going to the database. So I'm just trying to. Can I not do this? What? Oh, no, this looks fine. String or string. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. String or string array is. What am I missing here? String or string array can only be iterated through when dot dot. Huh. All right. Set does not exist of type of cache. Course content. Did you mean course content? Well. Oh yeah, I did mean course content. This is kind of follow content. This thing is content. All right, so just need to change these. मेरी चैट में पायरेसी की बात कर रहे हो? बताओ यार, अलग से जाके कर लो, करनी है तो. I am kidding. It's fine. Did you guys know? In this whole logic right here, there is something I've added for piracy protection. So piracy protection is like, it's really hard to do. Also, like I couldn't care less, but I love the fact that, you can use technology to catch people who are pirating. So when this code open sources, there's one part that won't open source, which is how we've done, at least try to do piracy protection. It's really hard to do. There's something called dynamic watermarking. Which is basically on every video you put someone's email, and then if they pirate, you can find the source. That's very expensive to do because you have to create a new video for every user. So you have to find a middle ground where you do dynamic watermarking. So basically, if you look at this original website that we had, this had this concept of anytime you would watch a video, an email would pop on top here somewhere, but that's like client-side email watermarks. Very easy to remove. You open the inspector, you delete it. There are ways to get around that as well. Anytime someone deletes that element, you refresh the page or something like that. But at a high level, that's easy to bypass because it's not embedded on the video. So the right way to do piracy protection is you put. My bad. You guys missed out on the Punjabi song I was listening to. What the hell? How are we doing? Oh my god, I hate hearing my voice. Where is this playing? Alright. No! Where is this playing? Oh, it's playing right here. What the fuck? Of course it's playing right here. Okay, my bad. So what I was saying was, you cannot have watermarks, client-side watermarks, because very easy to bypass them. So the way to do real watermarking is you embed an email on the video, which means you have an MP4 file for every user, which is very expensive. There's a middle ground here to actually do piracy protection, which I've done, and that led to us reaching a few people. I don't think I'll do anything. I just emailed them, okay, we are going to come with a legal action behind your ass. I don't think that's going to happen. But those sources of piracy, you can catch, and once you catch them, like you have the payment information, right? Because they've paid via Razorpay. So if you want, you can actually pursue legal action. So if there is one thing interesting that's in this code base, it's how we've done piracy protection, which I'm not going to share right now. But just had this random thought as I saw a few of you discussing like sharing courses. I mean, there are other things you can do when people are sharing courses. You can just add, session management. That's why there's like, if you went to the schema here, there was something called sessions, which basically will track every user's tokens and IPs, and if there are 5 different IPs or 5 different locations that someone's accessing the course from, they're sharing things like these. Not that it matters, but just thought I'd share. All right, last thing. This is right. Yeah, that is right. And then here it will just be content. All right. Oh, wrong URL. Oh, okay. Let's see if there's any sort of caching. It's still kind of slow, and it's also like there's a flash now. It's better. I can see that it's hitting the cache or whatever in memory cache now. Redis initialize cache get. Can't say it's very fast. I mean, let's see. What we can do is here, let's log Can you suggest some major projects for MCA final students? MLTSA Web. I have a video coming tomorrow which will cover 12 or 14 projects that you can build. Few in full stack, few in Web3, few in AI, few in real-time communication. So pick and choose. You will have a list tomorrow. Cache hit, cache hit, cache hit. If there are so many cache hits, why is it still so slow? What am I missing here? Is it just Next.js being Next.js? It should be like instant. Do you get references to good developers? Do you mean referrals? We do. I do, matlab. Have you guys not seen the latest tweet by our guy Abhishek or Abhi Theory? This is the first time I've done an end-to-end referral. Where is our guy? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Who has created a post that says comment down below, and people are commenting down below? Oh, our friend ID. Come on, where is it? There we go. This is Abhishek. Meet Abhishek. He's basically summarized his journey. This is the, one person I will take all credit on, connecting him to his job. So I have found someone in the US who wanted someone. If you look at Abhi's timeline, he's been tagging me for almost 6 months now. Throughout the cohort, every assignment he would do, if you look at his GitHub, he created the certificate manager for our original cohort. And so that's how I came to know this is one good guy to refer. He had very nice salary expectations, and it worked out for the company and him. And you can just go through this tweet where he shares his journey, but at a high level, yes, I do refer people, but not too many. I try to get them in either top tal or either, ad hoc connections like these, which pay, if I'm being honest, anywhere between 30 to 70K US dollars. That's all. Alrighty. For 1 to 100, I've expected to watch the live session on YouTube. No. 1 to 100 will start in March when, you will have private Zoom sessions. This is just a random live where I'm fixing whatever I can. Fast but not as fast. 9 CR per annum. इतना किसका है भाई? इतना तो हमारा भी नहीं है. Yesterday I had mailed for course upgrade. I got the UPI. It is invalid. Long story short, my phone resets. I need to, re-enable Google Pay, which I tried, but it requires me to have my credit card, which I don't. So it will take a day or two. I will just ping Rookie. He'll upgrade you. You can pay later. It's fine. GD source, GA source, GA. Added and I should probably remove all the comments, shouldn't I? Why do DevOps engineers make more money? Good question. It's because it's harder to do. I've said this a few times. It's like a much chiller job because it's something that's hard to do. Sorry, 1 second. So for that reason, they're paid much more. There was a company, the 4CR company that I used to work at. When they had layoffs, there were only 2 teams that had like 0 people that were laid off. They were so important. One was the DevOps team, one was the deep tech team. So that tells you that DevOps may, they will not worry. Even during layoffs, they'll be like, take any go rakh lete hain, because, they're harder to hire for basically, which is one of the biggest reasons why DevOps is more high paying, also less people do it, harder to understand, which is why less people do it. You will find so much content on DSA. You'll find much lesser content on, full stack. You'll find even lesser content on DevOps, even lesser on AI, even lesser on Web3. So the less the content available, the less the people know, the more you get paid. Allow users to comment on videos like YouTube. Users can like, dislike. This will be a long issue. We can get to it when we get to it. Web3 cohort, any plan? Not anytime soon. Took 3 months break from job. Now I want to start some freelancing remote work. Engagements, reach out to Twitter, but should I make projects? So yeah, the best thing you can do is make projects. I think at least right now, the world is in a different place than it was a few years ago, where, the standard path of IITs was the best way to make money. And then DSA was a good way to make money. Today it's all over the place, which gives an opportunity to people who have not taken the conventional route to finally stand at the same level as other people. So for that reason, this is the best time for you to, accelerate. And that only happens if you're creating a lot of projects. how do I create a lot of projects, Harkirat? Wait for my video that's coming tomorrow, in which I discuss a few projects that you can build. I will be building a few of them myself. Which laptop do you suggest? MacBook Air is good enough, cheap and good. All right. Which one should we choose? This is not bad. This is not bad. Only thing is this will require thumbnail extraction, which will be hard. Do we have thumbnails for videos? Oh, should probably hide this as well. Sorry guys, 1 second. Let me check something here really quickly. Nope. Thumbnail mosaic URL. Okay, we have been creating these for a few recent videos, so this might be enough to do what I want to do right now. Let's see. We have this. We probably have segments for a few of them. Let's begin by solving another issue. The issue is adding description to videos, and if the description of the video has a format like this, so if I go to YouTube, if I go to my channel, if I go to a video which has segments in there, for example this one, you will see the description has these segments, and given this description having these segments render over here. This client side so one thing I need to do is anyways, okay, every video needs to have a description below it, and then if that description has, I mean, the best thing to do if you're building something like this is to just copy YouTube, right? Because they have all these features written. They have really smart people who have designed this. I don't have a designer. The best thing you can do is just copy them over, which is what we're going to do. So one of the features that looks pretty good to me is okay, you have description, you paste these timestamps, which I can, if I have this sort of a format, I can just outsource this to a cohort may. Whoever does this, wins $10, and then eventually we're going to have comments below here, so people just comment, and I can just copy that and paste it in the description, and we have very nice segments. So next feature that might be good to build is this. Given this on the client, parse this out and create the segment logic. We already have some segment logic, but we don't have the logic to parse out a string that looks something like this to create segments and build this finally. So let's do that next. Videos anyways need description. At the very least, there needs to be some description below a video. So at the very least, we'll add description. If things go well, then we'll also add this thing right here. Cool. Are we good? Can we proceed? Or do you guys want to do something else? Tutorial open source contribution. Would like to make a few more videos of other organization issues. Sure, it's on the cards. It's harder to do because every organization stack is different. It's like a lot of context switching if you're going through multiple projects. So it's very hard to be the person. Even in the code, I'm trying to at least set up and solve one issue in as many projects as I can. But yeah, Sivananda Sai, the course is with me. I need to upload it, which is going to be hard because it's like 100 videos. So we'll see. What are you doing today? What are we doing today? We're trying to solve a few issues in this website that we have for the cohort. We have solved 2 issues already. Right now we're trying to solve one of these 2, I think. Is 2024 a good time to enter web dev? I mean, any year is a good time to enter web dev. I had the same question in 2012 when some people said, no, everyone knows web dev. And then, eventually web dev is still pretty popular these days. So all I'll say is it is popular, and don't worry too much about, is this the right time or not? All right, let's get right into it. Let's try to build some description logic here. All right. The first thing we have to do is go to the schema and add some new schema to, where should we add it? Should it be part of the video metadata or should it be part of the content? I think wherever the title, oh, we already have description here. Okay. So I just need to display the description, I guess. So let's go to content renderer client, and here right after the video, I should probably paste the description. I probably don't have very vivid descriptions at the moment, but I can add those. Okay, so let's go up a bit, and content should have description string render client, this guy right here looks decent. Content equal to has everything. I need to add description here. I will, if we have time at the end of this video, I have a fresh laptop right here, and by fresh I mean it's not a new laptop, but it's empty. I will install LazyVim in front of everyone if we get the time. If not today, I will do a video in which I do the same thing. So that way you can just follow along the steps and install it on your machine as well. All right, does that sound good? Description is missing in content. Can you give a detailed roadmap for self-learning? That's a beautiful question, right? I mean, the best way to learn is self-learning. I think the only thing you need is a few friends who are as motivated as you are to learn that specific technology. And it helps if you have someone who can tell you at a high level, ki, haan, bhai, do this, do that, and don't do this and don't do that. So just a high level guide, which the best guide is just look at the syllabus of my cohort. If you cannot afford it, look at the syllabus. That is the guide industry things to do, and then try to tackle them one by one, preferably with friends, because it's easier to do these things with friends than alone. That's a high level framework. This is pure Next.js end to end. What is this description here? Thoughts on machine learning? Is a good technology to know, good space to be in. Probably one of the best times to be a machine learning engineer right now. High level thoughts to anyway. Opportunity cost of having friends is too high in 2024. What does that mean, Pepe? And nice name there, Pepe. What do you mean opportunity cost is really high? Crypto be crashing. Let's see. It seems like I don't have good descriptions in a lot of my videos, but let me add a few. Let me add description to one video, which is this setting up your IDE, and then let's see if we can parse it out and paste it here. Okay. Error. The hell. Cannot reach the server. Huh. One second, guys. I'm debugging an issue. Something is up with my database configuration. Sir, आपका cohort जैसे Django के लिए resource बता दो. I mean, I don't know anything from the top of my head, but that is a good question to ask. What's the best? Like Django is a good stack to learn, and a structured path like this on Django would be nice. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer to your question though. Based on the curriculum, what technologies should I add to my resume? Yeah, the heavy ones, right? The ones that your company, what you're applying to needs, just put them there. Put everything there. Whatever you actually know. No harm in putting more things in the technologies that you know section. All right, let's look at the first video. Let's add a description to it. One second, I'm doing some things which I cannot show. I'm going to try to do this very quickly. I'm just trying to add a description in the database for this video, which has the timestamps in the format that we need. Let me actually convert timestamps in that format. Given this, the fuck, why is it not copying it? Copy. Convert it to this format. Let's see if it can do math. Assuming ChatGPT is not good at doing math. Let's see. Oh wow, it is. Is it? That looks right. That looks right. That looks right. That looks right. Interesting. I would have thought it would have required some sort of a plugin to, convert the number of seconds to minute and format. Everything looks right. 7, 6, 42. Yeah, that looks right. All right. Interesting. Surprising, to say the least. See, can you compute 2 into 4 into 100? There you go. Analyzing. It does some, runs a Python, this thing to calculate. How is it able to do all of this? Usually when it does this, it fails. So that's just surprising. All right, let's see. Description, there you go. This video is on setting up your IDE /n Alrighty, let's see if the description updates here, and it does. Only thing is it is parsed super incorrectly. What did I miss? Nope. Can't believe this is the thing that's taking so much time. Okay, I'm going to look at chat really quickly. Well, I think what's the best way to do it? Can you, because you see some majority people who know nothing about all of this computer world, but only keywords like Web3. We need a clarity about this world. Could you elaborate what you mean there, Ajay? Like, do you need high-level videos? Is that what you're saying? No course on AI planned for a while, if at all. Show some Punjabi dance moves. Not happening tonight. Maybe some other day. What's the best, easiest way for me to store this in the database? I think you'll be fine if you already know React. It's been very simple stuff we've covered until now, and that too, like, we're doing a bunch of offline videos that need to record today, but it's pretty simple stuff. You'll be okay. Basic knowledge of Django. I have 3 years of experience in React. Is it worth learning Rust now? Is it worth learning a new technology? Depends. Are you finding a company that's in that stack? Does that stack interest you for some XYZ reason? Those are the reasons why you want to, learn a new technology. There's no other high level reason for you to, spend time learning a technology. The only reason is that either you really like that specific technology, like I need to learn about this, or you're finding a job in that specific tech stack. So at a high level, if you think either of this is going to happen, then do it, else don't do it. What should you do? Should I speedrun the first code, join the second cohort? If you can hold some accountability, speedrun the first one. If you cannot, then yeah, you have to look at the second one. Oh God, Prisma is... What do I do? Should I write a raw SQL query? Probably not. Let's look at chat. What about .NET Core? Any future? No idea. I mean, I have no idea. Lol, what is Web 4? Oh, you don't know? तुम्हें Web 4 नहीं पता? मुझे भी नहीं पता. I don't know what it is. Some made up term, I guess. When will live class for code start? Salman, the classes have been going on for 3 weeks now. Where are you? Unless you have joined 1 to 100, you should have received links. But yeah, classes have been going on for a while. You spoke about 2 new courses. Any new hints? One, Harnoor's course. The other one is Let's Wait a bit. But yeah, there are 2 new courses. Third one most probably won't happen, but there will be 2 more courses added to the original cohort for free. Basically, everyone who has joined the original cohort will get access to 2 more courses for free. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to OBS here. Anything else you guys are interested in knowing? I think we're going to call it very soon here. Any other questions? High level questions? I'm going to answer a few questions now before we call it. Coding is understanding logic. I know. Have you bought your second cohort? Confused learning. There are many reasons for what learning coding is. Give me some good questions. 31B. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Satyam Pandey? I do remember you a little bit. I think. I think you're one of the guys who bullied me. I could be wrong. But nice to meet you, dude. Satyam Pandey. Something comes to my head, but I'm unsure. But nice to see you in chat. Good to all see people like you've known since school, I guess. Have you talked to Easy Snippet? I have. He's become a good friend now. Which cohort choose like the first one? Unsure. I don't understand the question. By learning breaking things, best way to learn new technology. Yes, is the best way to learn any new technology is by learning by breaking things. Future of the MERN stack. God knows. Your laptop specs. I have a M1, 64 GB, 500 TB. Which is better to go ahead with JavaScript, TypeScript? JavaScript if you're a beginner, TypeScript eventually. Keyboard I'm using a keyboard I bought, a random like local keyboard I bought from Japan. Please remember where your user left video. Oh yes, sir. Let's fucking do that. That's a good issue to solve, and also very, very useful on day 0. Let's do that. Let's add a feature which remembers where did you leave this specific video, and then come back to it. That's a great suggestion right here. What is the scope of distributed systems? Should I learn it? Scope of everything is a lot of things, but yeah. It's a weird question to ask. I have no idea. Everything has scope. It's just about, are you the top 1% in it? 500 GB, not 500 TB. Would be nice, but no. Is an M1 give issue while running Docker? No. All right, let's do a feature. This is one's important, and this one's pretty end-to-end of a, oh, what the fuck happened here? This one's pretty end-to-end of a feature, by which I mean, we will have to touch the database. It's also very useful, which is, when someone is here on the website and they're, doing their own thing, watching the video, they reach some section here, maybe this section right here, and then they leave the video. When they come back, ideally they should start the video from here only, right? They shouldn't have to go back from zero and start. So we need to start remembering what was the last point at which someone left the video. This is very hard. Let me tell you upfront. Why? Because you cannot be like, when the user is closing the tab, I will quickly send a database query to store where they are at. Oh, no. What you have to do is anytime, like every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds, just, keep updating. This is the latest position, which basically means a lot of write queries to the database. So a bunch of times this is done in a separate database. A lot of people use Firebase for this. Basically, if you go to the original website, I think this one right here, this does remember it, but unsure if it uses the same database. We will use the same database. So we'll create a new DB here, call it, let's call it, video, what's a good name for it? Video, it's in my head, progress, there you go. And it'll have 3 IDs. It'll have a user ID, it'll have a content ID, and it'll have the current timestamp, which will be in seconds. All right, you need to keep storing it, and we're good to go. Pretty simple stuff, if I'm being honest. So let's see how you do this in this code base. Not answering questions for a while. Let me, what was I adding here? Description. It's fine. Let's add this as well. Adds description, and then now with a clean slate, let's introduce a new database into a new table in our database. Let's call it model, what's it called? Video progress. ID string ID default COID. I guess it's fine. User ID string content ID. Is it a string? No, it is an int. This is fine. Int, and lastly, current timestamp, which is also, should I call it a string? Number. This is int. Looks good. The only thing is I'd probably want to make this an int as well for a few reasons. Oh wait, you did not bully me. You're a good guy. Satyam was the good guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, that was someone else. How are you, Satyam? Nice to finally meet you. That was some other guy with an S name. Shit, sorry, it was going in my head for a while. I do remember you now. We were in Laksh together as well. This looks good. Adds current timestamp. Oh, I should actually add a few things here. Sorry. fine. And another relation we have is the content. All right, I'm still missing something. I guess it'll still throw some sort of an error for me. Line 126. Huh. Field declaration not require colon. Is that so? Oh, my bad. Lines is not a valid attribute. 131. Content. We do have content, right? Parent, child, video, metadata. That looks right. Content relation fields, content ID reference. Oh, there you go. The field user observation. Oh, okay. Well, video prog. And content. So what I just did here is that Prisma is very verbose when it comes to creating a schema. You have to define both the relationships up front whenever you're connecting databases via foreign keys, which we are right now. So that's the reason why I had to just mention it a few more places. And this time it seems like things are happening correctly. What I'm doing right now here is I'm migrating my database, which means my production database is going to get this new table in there and have a few foreign keys that associate video progress for a user for a specific content together. And now all we have to do while this happens is go to video player, or maybe content render client, and here at some place we need to, maybe here, first thing we have to do is we have to expose a new endpoint. So let's go to API slash course. What the hell? Course and percentage, no. App API course. Let's create a new folder here. Let's call it video progress, and inside let's create a route.ts file, which I can just copy some stuff from here. Paste it here. The post request should accept a few things as input, which you get the user ID from here, and you want to accept another argument, call it data is fine. And from here you want to store this in the new table that we have created. So let's also generate the Prisma client again. What this will do is add some types to my front-end code. If you don't understand it, it's fine. We will cover this in the cohort eventually. If you know Prisma, then this was hopefully straightforward to you already. Now that I have the new types, I can simply be like, if not session user, then nothing else. We're going to do a db dot video progress dot create or update update multiple records, update or create records. There you go. Upsert equal to placement your upstart. So upsert where user id is session dot user dot id and content id is data dot content id. Update, put the, what was it called, timestamp. It was called current timestamp. Data dot current timestamp, create user that looks okay. What's up here? Does not exist. Video progress. Why is not to complete working here? Video progress. There you go. Video progress. So property assignment expected. What does that mean? Oh. User ID content ID is not assignable to unique where user ID content ID is not assignable to. Okay. String is not assignable to number or something. Huh. Number is not assignable to input. What is this input? ID and or there is user ID, which is string or filter, video progress or string, content ID, which is number. That's what I added, right? Am I missing something? ID, number, and oh. ID number. What am I missing here? Never mind, we'll get to it. And I can just delete the rest. We have an endpoint that I have created, which we will hit from the client as the person goes through the video. So we have to go to video player. Basically here, whenever we're rendering the video, let's also pass in the content ID. Let's accept that in here. And now every few seconds, let's take the current time that the player is on and push that to the backend. So let's add an effect. Why is this so clean? Is this the right one? Oh, there you go. That's the right one. Yeah, it's probably the right one. So basically, this will need to accept content ID as well. All right. So I'm just going to the video player component now. I have the content ID here. Every few seconds, I'm going to push the current player duration, or like where the player is at, back to the backend. So I'm going to add an effect which will have first interval equal to window.set interval. Every maybe 10 seconds, going to push this to the backend. What's the current player duration? All right. Why have I called interval here? You should Google it. But at a high level, when you call the function that, oh, sorry, it's something else. Remove interval. Clear interval. All right. Every few seconds, I'm going to hit the backend there we go. API course slash, what was it called? App API course video progress. And the inputs are the current time, content ID, user ID is fine, and then the, what is it called? This is it, current duration, current timestamp. All right. Now the question is, how do I get the current timestamp of video.js player current time? All right. Current time. All right. Let's also log this. Let's just log this first. And let's also add another dependency here, call it content ID. Let's log content ID here as well, just to make sure it's right. All right. Cool. Let's go to a video, try to play it and see if it logs the right thing. Let's wait for 10 seconds. It logged 5.31, which seems like 5.24, which seems like it's the duration in seconds, which is exactly what we need. 15.22, that makes sense. and content ID is 3, which also looks right. Cool. We can just send the request, which I guess we are. So when we send the request, it returns a 500 because response.json is not a function. NVM use 20. Time to check my WhatsApp. All right, everything's good. Let's see if we're sending the right requests every 10 seconds. And if we are, the only thing that's left is to expose another endpoint that we fetch anytime a video is called. And there you go, video progress returns to 200. Let me open the database on the side and see if the new table is created, and also if it is created, video progress, are we adding entries there correctly? So basically this is the new video progress table, and as you can see there are no rows here, which seems incorrect because we just saw we were hitting the backend, which I would have hoped would also put things inside the database, which it didn't. So let's look at our query one more time. It did give me some warning here, which I just ignored. Answer equal to await this. Let's try that one more time. Pretty sure I'm missing something obvious in this call. Where user ID is this thing, content ID is this thing, update or create, upsert, user ID, content ID, current timestamp. What does it log? Where of this needs at least one of ID arguments available? Options are marked with question mark. Okay, there is a good issue here. Let's see. User ID, content ID, ID. Prisma at least ID. Okay, it does need the ID at the very least. Huh. That looks right. That doesn't sound too good. Oh, there you go. Exact question we need. I'm using Prisma. I want to check the duplicates on storage data. It's not exist. It requires others. Exactly my question. What is the answer? The fields of where need to be unique. If you can make some, oh, okay, that makes sense. We can just make them unique. How do I add a unique relationship between? There we go. User ID. There we go. Let's migrate our database. Makes content user pair unique. The progress relationship and content model is missing on the opposite section of schema. Writing video progress content. Did I? Oh, I did. Undo, redo, undo. When did I remove this? Never mind. Video progress, that's the one. Yoink, and then content, and then paste. Okay, let's try that one more time. So what I did right now is I added some unique constraints to our table. The thing about the upsert, like if you want to upsert data in Prisma, you have to give it some unique IDs. like whatever you're passing into the where clause need to be unique, which makes sense. So for that reason, either I had to pass in the ID, which I don't have access to, which is why I just made the pair of, नहीं समझ आ रहा, नहीं छोड़ दो, समझाना बहुत मुश्किल है ऐसे बीच में ये चीज़, बट ठीक है, जिनको समझ आ गया उनको आ गया होगा. Let's open chat. Till the time it is migrating, where is chat? Provesh, oh there you go. Whenever I press spacebar, pause, play on video, the page scrolls down. Very annoying. Can you fix that? Yes, should be a simple fix. Let me do that right now while this is migrating. Key up. I do have event dot stop propagation, whatever. Event dot, what's it called? Prevent default. Feature to click and hold screen make 2x faster like YouTube. Click and hold screen make 2x faster like YouTube. What do you mean click and hold makes YouTube 2x faster? Click and... Oh, it does! Bro, how niche of a use case is this? And also like this is... Oh, interesting. I mean, it's a good feature. I mean, we can push it on the stack. Probably not high priority. All right. Let me check if your spacebar thing is fixed. This is still so slow, man. It's like incredibly slow. All right, yeah, that's fixed. That's a simple fix. A unique constraint covering column listing to table array. If there are any existing duplicates, this will fail. I know. There are no duplicates. Where's your thought on low latency Rust encode Web3 space? Are you who trading HFTs, crypto exchanges? Yeah. So my thoughts on it are Rust is probably one of the best languages to build an exchange in. And if not that, then either C or Zig. As an exchange, latency doesn't matter as much as it matters if you're a trader. For a trader, Rust, I mean, even Rust is considered very slow, and not most, but I haven't talked to too many traders, but the ones I have talked to are using Zig now. One of the best, like some of the best traders, by traders I mean people who do market making things like these on crypto exchanges. That guy has been using, like, Zig is his primary stack. That guy is also a contributor to Bun, because Bun is also written in Zig. All right, let me, what was I doing? Fix that. Let's go to the upsert statement. Is Neon better than VS Code? Worth spending time? I mean, to each their own. To me, it felt like it is worth it. Baki to each their own, man. Oh, into regenerate, that makes sense. Is Neon? I answered that. भैया चैट नहीं देखनी तो यूट्यूब पे लाइव क्यों कर रहे हो? गुड क्वेश्चन अजय गुप्ता. देख तो ली चैट, तुम्हारा सबसे पहले जवाब आंसर किया. Can we click F to escape full screen too? I think that happens. Does that not happen? Oh, that does not happen. Okay, let's do that. Video segments. Space. If play dot. Oh no, not space. Right key F. Okay. If player dot video just check if player is full screen. Is full screen function. Okay. Is full screen. Video just from full screen. Try to implement YouTube like interface for video playing in your video. Yeah, that would be good, no? I mean, yes, if we get the time. If someone can create the video components for it, I will integrate them. I don't think I have the time to, do that right now. Video.js, I want to though. Like that's YouTube is the best interface to watch videos. I agree. Video.js, go back from full screen. ये देख के बताना यार कोई मुझे Video.js में how do you make something unfull screen, like how do you unfull screenify it? There should be autoplay for videos. Autoplay for videos is slightly harder. How does YouTube do it? So the thing is, you cannot autoplay videos on a browser, and if you do, you have to mute them. But it doesn't happen on YouTube. Does YouTube have a bypass in browsers? It should be very.
This is the most.
Seems like it does. I think any other video, any other platform, YouTube website that you go to, you cannot autoplay videos. If you do that, it's basically considered as a security vulnerability. Not security vulnerability, like an irritating vulnerability, because someone can come and look at start autoplaying videos automatically. So you have to mute them, which basically means very hard. Probably not top priority at the moment. Did anyone figure out how to do Video.js unfull screenify? भाई 10वीं पास विलेज बॉय को कुछ बताओ. What is all this? We vast majority know nothing. We want to know होता क्या है, कैसे होता है, क्या होता है. कुछ वीडियो सीरीज बनाओ हम लोगों के लिए. अजय गुप्ता, एक बात बताओ, वैसे तुमसे बात करनी है. गांव में कितने लोगों के पास लैपटॉप रहता है? क्योंकि देखो ये चीज़ ऐसी है कि एक सिंपल लैपटॉप नहीं होगा तो लाइफ थोड़ी मुश्किल होगी. यू वांट टू गेट इनटू कोडिंग. तो डॉट एग्जिट फुल स्क्रीन, लेट्स ट्राई दैट. तो अजय गुप्ता, document.exit full screen. All right, let's just exit full screen. Okay, let's. Bro, how to get selected in Outreachy? भाई तुम ब्रो ही लग रहे हो नाम से, और मैं तुम्हें बस ये कहूँगा कि unless you मतलब Outreachy is only for women and certain category of people that you can find on their website. वहाँ जाके देख लो, तुम उस कैटेगरी में आते हो तो करो, otherwise no point, you cannot anyways do it. Get full screen. If full screen, okay, let's try that out. Close. F, what the fuck? Period.is full screen is not a function. Oh, huh. How implement multi-threading in your brain? Any specific reasons to you add more cores in the existing course? No reason. It is just that this cohort may. Even if I spend on TAs and everything, there'll be money left off, and bounties jo bhi thi. So it was either increase the bounty pool or add more courses. So I just experimented with adding more courses. That's the high level thinking that I had. If is full screen, is not true. Probably not. चैट जीपीटी से पूछो. हाँ पूछ तो सकते हैं यार, लास्ट रिजॉर्ट वही रहेगा. until then let's see. Okay, full screen ABCDFGHIJKLMNOP HFI is ready is full screen underscore. ये क्या है भाई? आई डोंट नो, सच में बोरिंग लगते हैं. नॉट ऑफेंडिंग यू बट जस्ट सेइंग. आप सच में बोरिंग लगते हो भाई. मैं हूँ बहुत बोरिंग इंसान, इसमें कुछ मतलब ऑफेंड होने वाली बात नहीं है वैसे. इट्स ऑल गुड. एफ फुल स्क्रीन. My brother went to Attitude Key, seeing you more happy from the same university. Well, congratulations. Even today, it's like one of the harder programs to graduate. Get into. So kudos to him, and I might meet him very soon because I'm thinking of going back to campus before I leave the country again. आपकी कोई जीएफ है क्या भैया? भाई 4 बार पूछ लिया तुमने, नहीं जवाब दे रहा हूँ तो इग्नोर कर दो ना क्वेश्चन को, आगे बढ़ो. People do anything for money anyways. I straight men claiming as, oh, well, good for them if straight men are claiming as other orientations just to get into outreach. This happens. So this happened in the US where there are career fairs just for women, and people just went there saying like, I identify as XYZ and like straight man. So sure, you want to do that, you do that. I will not comment on it either way. But there's a reason. वैसे देखो यार, honestly, there's a reason these programs are, you know, only open to certain categories. So don't mess with it. You have a very long career. Don't do these. ये तो बहुत shady चीज़ है भाई, मतलब तुम अपने लिए मत करो भाई, थोड़ी self respect खुद ही रख लो. Player.exit full screen. That I think worked. I now need to figure out you know, what is the function / argument to call. Is full screen true? This looks right. Sorry, what was that? Hello, how are you approaching ML? So I'm approaching ML by doing a bunch of very random projects. I've built a few now, and my learning has generally been कि unless you want to go for a master's or a PhD, the best thing you can do is get a job in one of the companies that are doing GPT, like a wrapper on top of GPT. The reason for this is it's much easier to get into them, and also eventually they're going to hire some researcher there. Frankly, if I'm being honest, these companies don't love researchers anyway. They're very theoretical and cannot, you know, actually implement, which I guess is fine. Whatever. Either way, they're going to, you know, hire someone जिससे तुम सीख जाओगे. The best way you can learn is किसी तरीके से get into some company that is could be creating a GPT wrapper, could be creating whatever. If they're not paying you much, it's fine. Get into them, and then, you know, the learning that you happen to get from that first company will eventually compound if AI as a free field grows, and you know, eventually you can charge more. So that's my high level of the best way to learn it today. नहीं तो तुम वहीं अड़े रहोगे. मतलब there's a very ugly cycle of I want to learn something and you don't for the longest time. You know, हाँ मेरे को coding सीखनी है पर 3 साल हो गए अब तक सीखी नहीं. क्यों? Because, you know, not being able to do it consistently, and whenever you're doing it, you're not building the right things. How will you build the right things? If you have a job that pays you, even if it pays you less, but you know, you're learning that specific thing there, and more specifically, you're learning how is it built in the real world? How is it built in a company which has raised funds? So they probably know what they're doing. That's the best way to learn. ठीक है जी. कीरत people question answer दो ना आप. जावा से कुछ बताओ, हम JS थोड़ा बोरिंग लगता है. भाई जावा यार मैंने ज़िंदगी में एक ही बार करी है गोल्डमैन में, और मैंने हाथ जोड़े उसके बाद. इफ देयर इज़ वन लैंग्वेज आई हेट एंड विल नेवर गो बैक टू इट इज़ जावा अनफॉर्चुनेटली. तो वहाँ मैं हेल्प नहीं कर सकता तुम्हारी. Will there be assignments for week 3 coming? Yes, I have to create them. Unfortunately, after this live, I will do that. I had to take out some time to fix these issues. इसके बाद tomorrow होगा यार, मतलब most probably assignments, and then a bunch of videos as well. Recorded video buffers every 10 minutes on 100x devs. If that happens for you, Lucifer, just ping Rookie. He'll give you like a backdoor access. It won't happen for those videos. Just ping your email to Rookie. How are you so productive? हो जाता भाई. Bro, ID you using? I'm using NewVim right now. Resources for learning AI and ML. तो आ जाओ इस channel पे. Basically, I'm going to do a bunch of lives where I teach it the way I'm learning it. If that suits you, great. If not, that is fine as well. But that's a high level of my resource. What is my resource? Ask a friend or some company, or join some company that is doing something like this, and then learn what's happening there. And that's what I'm going to, you know, teach if I teach. ID means integrated development environment. ये जो फैंसी सी चीज़ देख रहे हो ना यार, ये दिस इज़ द ID, मतलब जहाँ पे तुम कोड लिख पाओ, अपना नोटपैड कह लो तुम. भैया लैपटॉप मेरे पास गांव में, हाँ जवाब आया अजय गुप्ता का. लैपटॉप है मेरे पास. अजय गुप्ता तुम्हारे पास लैपटॉप है अगर, तो तुम सबसे पहले तो रुकी को पिंग करो डिस्कॉर्ड में जाके. अब डिस्कॉर्ड ढूंढ लेना क्या होता है, और अपना नंबर दो से, और मतलब मेरा नंबर लो व्हाट्सएप का, हम वहाँ पे बात करते हैं. ये गांव वाली प्रॉब्लम मुझे बड़ी फैसिनेटिंग लगती है. आई नो देयर आर फ्यू पीपल इन द कोड बेसिकली हु आर ऑल्सो, यू नो, गाँव से हैं, डोंट हैव बैंडविड्थ, हैव लाइक a 3 GB bandwidth limit, whatever. I'm generally interested to know because these people are usually behind one examination, which is UPSC. So basically interested to know how many people understand what coding is there and what's the right way to get coding there. तो अजय गुप्ता पिंग रुकी को मैसेज करो बेसिकली डिस्कॉर्ड में, वो तुम्हें मेरा नंबर देगा, फिर व्हाट्सएप मुझे पिंग करो. Web3 bootcamp videos bro. गुड रिमाइंडर देते रहा करो. Let's do Solana. How to create a simple program or maybe some DeFi program next. ठीक है. I think that's good. I think Solidity की resources बहुत हैं, Solana की resources कम हैं. Solana is on the boom right now. Hiring is happening. So if you want to learn something that's not already out there, let's do Solana videos. That'll be the 4th Web3 roadmap video. Thank you for reminding. भूल गया था यार मैं. सर आई हैव टू डू अ फाइनल ईयर प्रोजेक्ट यूजिंग NLP एंड ML. प्लीज़ सजेस्ट सम. यार वही स्टैंडर्ड होते हैं ना NLP में, तो कि OCR रीडर बना दिया. एक स्टैंडर्ड काफ़ी अच्छा वाला है कि किसी भी इंडियन गवर्नमेंट की वेबसाइट पे चले जाओ तो कुछ समझ नहीं आएगा, बटन दबा दबा के कहाँ जाना है, राइट. तो बीइंग एबल टू पार्स दैट कि हाँ अच्छा एक तुमने टेक्स्ट लिखा कि आई वॉन्ट टू फिल माई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल, और वो खुद ही उस पेज पे पहुंच गया जहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल है और तुमने पेमेंट कर दी. दैट्स अ गुड प्रोजेक्ट टू बिल्ड. गवर्नमेंट वेबसाइट, एक तो वो गवर्नमेंट को तुम कैसे तो गवर्नमेंट की मतलब हेल्प कर दी है वो. तो चेक फुल स्क्रीन फंक्शन इन FS API कंसोल. व्हाट्स FS API इन कंसोल? FS API, व्हाट इज FS API? नो आइडिया. Player, okay, किसी ने तो डाला है player dot is, yeah, is full screen is not a function. I tried that. Player dot is full screen is not a function unless I'm missing something. I tried that and it said कि player dot is full screen is not a function. I'm pretty sure it isn't. कोर्स ऑन लेजी विम भाई एक वीडियो में हो जाएगा, बना दूंगा. टॉप प्रायोरिटी फॉर मी. आई जस्ट नीड टू स्ट्रक्चर इट वेल, वरना इतनी जल्दी छोड़ के जाओगे ना, क्योंकि सबकी मशीन में अलग अलग. इट्स लाइक हाउ टू इंस्टॉल नोट जैस वाली वीडियो, तो इट नीड्स टू बी अ लिटिल स्लो. हैप्पी टू डू इट, विल डू इट सून, आई प्रॉमिस. ये मैं प्रॉमिस करता हूँ, न्यू विम पे वीडियो बना दूंगा. विल यू अपलोड वीडियो रिलेटेड टू लो लेटेंसी? तो यार देखो, लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट इज आई कैन नॉट. when you work at a trading company you basically cannot talk too much about what you've done there. तो मैंने ऑलरेडी एक वीडियो बनाई थी, उसमें कुछ इशू हो गया था, तो आई एम गोइंग टू अवॉइड for the next 6 months at least posting any videos like these. If हाँ देखो यार, ना ही is full screen defined है, ना ही it's not a function basically. That's why you see this unless I have a typo in my function, which I think I don't. So what's your thoughts about DevOps and cloud? Should I be learning it as a second year? Yes. I mean, I have no thoughts, but yes, learn it in your second year. The earlier you learn it, the better. I'm trying to build a document parser using LangChain and Llama Index, and creating the vector store using PyPDF to read PDF docs. Any idea on how to read docs using PDF box? इस चीज़ में जो तुमने पूरा लिखा है, इसमें मुझे एक ही चीज़ नहीं समझ आती कि हाँ PyPDF, how do you parse a PDF? So the question basically you have, I don't have the answer to the exact question that you asked. Everything else I understood that you're using LangChain plus a vector database to store all the tokens. But I don't know what's the best way to parse a PDF. Sir, ये क्या पूछा है? Did you see भाभी 2? ये क्या है भाई? नहीं, no. How do you exit video.js document at any function? Play.exit function. I did document.exit full screen, which does what it's supposed to do. The only thing that's left now, it's been a while now. Let's check this up. I am also looking at chat, but also trying to debug this. Please add your NeoVim setup in the course material. Sure, I can just do a video on YouTube. I mean, it doesn't need to be restricted to the course. सर आपका IIT नहीं होता तो आप क्या करते? तब भी वैसे कर तो ये रहा होता, या हो सकता है फिल्म मेकिंग करता उस केस में. ओपन सोर्स कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन फॉर 1 to 100, सो यू कैन बी 1 step ahead. यार इस वीक में वो भी एक चीज़ मेरे टॉप मेरे दिमाग में है, बट हाँ विल टेक सम टाइम. ओके गाइज, लेट मी फोकस फॉर अ बिट हियर, लेट मी फिक्स दिस अप. देख रहा हूँ मैं चैट वैसे साथ साथ में. भैया अपना नंबर दे दो. नहीं भाई, मेरा नंबर वैसे काफ़ी तक पब्लिक ही है. हे हरकिया, कैन यू प्लीज़ टेल मी द करेक्ट वे टू लर्न कोड? करेक्ट वे टू लर्न कोड कोड में आ जाओ. मतलब यार देखो, करेक्ट वे टू लर्न कोड होता है वैसे बिल्डिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स, पहले DSA, फिर बिल्डिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स, फिर getting a job, and then once you get a job, most of your learning happens there. So that's high level. So is full screen is a private function, maybe that's why I cannot call it whatever private variable. Oh, it's a small s. Fucking मैं भी कहूँ. लो जी, आपका तो इशू हो गया सर सॉल्व. फ्रेश. Hello, भैया. Super confused, भैया. I want to get into the quant side of finance and traders, but I'm hesitating because I have listened to HFT pick students from top tier colleges. Yeah, you have listened to the right thing. So यार F तो is working as expected. F to full screen, F to exit, F to full screen, F to exit. ठीक है जी. देखे तो हमने सही है. देखो वो तो है. मतलब वैसे मैं एक बंदे से मिला था अभी दिल्ली में who I need to bring on the channel. He works at an Indian HFT. So yeah, I can get him on. I have heard the same thing. They only get people from good colleges. So unfortunately, if you really want to get into an HFT, anyways, Indian HFTs are there. You want to get into an HFT, go for your masters and वहाँ पे जाके go into Citadel or a Jump, one of these companies. So that would be my suggestion if you really want to go get into HFTs. Hi sir, your first job salary. I got into Amazon as an intern and my salary stipend there was 40k rupees a month. I was doing GSOC on the side, though that made me more money. Have you ever used Windows in your life? I have, like before college. Yeah, I also had seniors who pushed me कि हाँ भाई क्या कर रहा है ये, क्या कर रहा है भाई ये तू क्या कर, when you know, it was basically an assignment कि you all need to install Linux and only then will you be allowed inside the lab. And so everyone basically did that. Let's see if did our migration happen? It did. Do we have anything here now? Studio refresh. All right. I am from IIT and mechanical and quite interested in quantitative finance. So you can get into it, dude. I mean, तुम्हारे यहाँ पे कंपनी आएगी ना टावर वावर, तो वही C++ के स्टैंडर्ड जो क्वेश्चन होते हैं वो प्रिपेयर करो, थोड़ा बहुत फाइनेंस में इंटरेस्ट दिखाओ. I think if someone has a chance, it is you. 2023 pass out, no offer in hand, frustrated. What will I do? I mean, देखो यार वही है ऐसे टाइम पे तो you have to keep your head down and coding and a code. There's nothing else you can do really. npm package uninstall कैसे करते हैं? Remove it from package.json. Do a fresh npm install and just take away your like the projects that you removed. Bro, how to reach more people from Twitter for remote work? DM them. Usually people are very open. That said, only DM people who you can really help. Can you? Thank you, because PyPDF is not parsing paragraphs properly and adding tabs, new line. That's why I asked. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, there are a few JavaScript libraries that let you parse PDFs. PDF.js करके एक है. See what the results are. Under the hood, they might be both using the same thing. I don't know. So yeah. Will I get certificate or finish a course? Yes, you will. I founded a company. I joined a company, but I'm the only one they told to create a chatbot with custom data. So ये तो बढ़िया है ना यार. That is a good project that will teach you machine. That's the standard ML project today. कि हाँ, create a chatbot on top of data. Very simple stuff. It is the hello world of the new age programming, machine learning today. So build it. इसमें problem क्या है? अच्छा, क्वांट सिर्फ सर्किट को लाड़ होता है क्या? तो फिर तो यार कुछ नहीं कर सकते. मतलब फिर तुम भी मास्टर्स करने जाओ फिर, अगर तुम्हें करना ही है वो तो. मैंने अभी ज्वाइन किया है, बता सकते हो क्या चल रहा है? अरे कुछ नहीं भाई, इशू सॉल्व कर रहे हैं दो चार. लर्निंग लिनक्स इज इम्पॉर्टेंट सर. इट I mean, not necessarily. I mean, not really. No, it is important. IIT में सिर्फ CS MSc allow करती है quant companies. That's too bad then. I mean, then if you still want to get into a quant, what's the fascination behind a quant again? Is it only the money or is it something else? अरे यूनिक कर तो दिए थे भाई. But I'm understanding everything. Couldn't code on my own. हाँ तो भाई वही है कि if you're understanding everything and cannot code, that means you're stuck in tutorial hell. तो if you're stuck in tutorial hell, तो पहले मतलब देखना, दूसरों को देख के कोड करना कम सीखो, खुद कोड करना सीखो, तभी बाहर निकल पाओगे. सिर्फ नवीट करोगे तो ये मतलब बहुत कॉमन है वैसे. एंड इसमें थोड़ा होगा कि तुम्हारा एकदम से इन्फ्लेक्शन पॉइंट आएगा जब तुम खुद कोड करने लग जाओगे. बट हाँ, इनिशियली ये होगा कि समझ सब आ रहा है पर खुद नहीं कर पा रहे. विच स्पोर्ट डू यू यूज़ एंड एम फ्री? अभी तो भाई वेट भी लिफ्ट कर लूँ तो बहुत बड़ी बात है. स्पोर्ट्स में थोड़ा खेल नहीं सकता भाई बैक की वजह से. बट बास्केटबॉल जितनी बार भी खेलता हूँ फिर 4 दिन तक डाउन रहता हूँ. आई वॉन्ट टू प्ले और आई कैन प्ले बैडमिंटन, बट आई हैवंट इन अ वाइल. सो दैट्स प्रॉब्ली वन स्पोर्ट आई शुड प्ले अ लिटिल बिट मोर. कंटेंट आई डी नंबर, यूजर आई डी स्ट्रिंग. Maybe I just need to restart it. सर आई एम फ्रॉम tier 3 college, what will I do for placement? ये इतने generic सवाल का मैं क्या ही जवाब दूँ? But what you will do for placement is what everyone else in tier 3 will do, or what like other good people from tier 3 did and did well, which is try to get make sure your skills are at the top, and then whenever you get an interview, because of course the probability of that happening is lower because you're from a tier 2 college, whatever. But whenever you do get an interview, then you should be ready. उस टाइम पे ये नहीं होना चाहिए बस कि हाँ उधर तुम्हारा कट गया कि तुम्हें आती नहीं थी वो चीज़ें, तो यू कैन क्रिब अबाउट इट कि हाँ आई एम फ्रॉम टियर 3 कंपनी नहीं आ रही, बट इस टाइम पे IITs में भी कंपनी कमी आ रही है, तो द ग्राउंड इज द सेम. द गुड थिंग इज फाइनली skills might end up winning, so make sure you're acquiring the right set of skills is the only advice I would have. Video progress इसको जरा लॉग करना है यार. Console not log. ब्लॉकचेन में फ्यूचर है? फ्यूचर तो है भाई, मतलब यार ब्लॉकचेन में ये कि मतलब इट रन्स इन अ लॉट ऑफ साइकिल्स, तो जब डाउन साइकिल आएगी तो थोड़ा मतलब डटे रहना मुश्किल होता है उधर. सब लोग उस टाइम में भाग जाते हैं बेसिकली अपनी नौकरी करने फैंग वाली. दिस इज समथिंग माई बॉस सेड कि हाँ इट इज़ ड्यूरिंग टाइम्स लाइक दीज विच लाइक बेयर मार्केट्स इज व्हेन यू विल सी एवरीवन गो बैक टू देयर फैंग जॉब. तो उस टाइम में तुम डटे रहे तो फिर बुल में तुम मतलब यू विल reap a lot of benefits when the bull run comes. तो वही है. Okay, what is the log? Where can I write something? मैंने दिया क्या है? log कहाँ गया? User ID 3, content ID 3, सही तो वही है. Where of type this needs at least one of ID or this thing arguments available. अबे वही तो किया है भाई. बट एटलीस्ट दिस और दिस. और ये क्या है? यूजर आईडी कंटेंट आईडी नंबर यूजर आईडी स्ट्रिंग. हमारा क्या है? कंटेंट आईडी नंबर यूजर आईडी स्ट्रिंग. अबे गलती क्या कर रहे हैं? Hi Arkiyat, your videos are available for the previous 0 to 100 if I want to purchase. Yes, all the videos in 0 to 100 that have been happened until now are available. Why did you choose Prisma? Just the popular stack these days. Whenever I try to code, my mind is blank from code. हाँ भाई ईश्वर तुम्हारे केस में वही है यार. मतलब I should just do a doubt session for these people जो अभी कोड नहीं कर पा रहे, समझ से बारह कोड नहीं कर पा रहे भाई. इसमें ये भी होगा कि मतलब you might be the person who's fascinated by tech but doesn't actually want to code. मतलब तुम्हें घंटे डालने पड़ेंगे स्पेशली अगर तुम इनिशियल हो, अदरवाइज तो नहीं हो पाएगा भाई. मतलब बिकॉज इट्स लाइक इट्स अ हार्ड थिंग टू डू इवन विद AI और वॉट एवर, स्टिल हार्ड टू पर यार ये बताओ मुझे इसमें क्या गलती कर रहा हूँ मैं कोई, प्लीज़. कुछ सिंपल ही मिस कर रहा हूँ. ब्लॉकचेन कितना डिफिकल्ट है? इट्स फेयरली स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड. द गुड थिंग इज यू डोंट हैव टू डू द डिफिकल्ट पार्ट्स ऑफ Web3 फॉर द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम. तो a lot of time अगर तो फुल स्टैक आती है तुम्हारा काम चल जाएगा. तो मेक श्योर यू अंडरस्टैंड प्राइवेट कीज, RPC URLs, RPC कॉल, थिंग्स लाइक दीज. तो बहुत टाइम तक तुम्हारा फुल स्टैक डेवलपर में काम चलता रहता है. इवेंचुअली एट सम पॉइंट इफ यू वांट यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड हाउ टू राइट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स. Please need a suggestion. I have been using DSA Java, but I want to try competitive programming. I have seen most of them do C++. Which one should I do? Unsure. I did C++. Does not mean you should. Java के benefit रहता है कि you can learn full stack in Java later on. So based on that, pick and choose. I don't have a good answer for this one. How to build a chat like software from scratch? Tell about procedural steps. तो यार इसमें फिर you have to first create a machine learning model. And then train it on very high compute. In the end, what is happening behind the scenes? It is a model that takes some text as an input, gives you some text as an output. Writing that model and training is the most difficult bit. Everything else is straightforward. Like creating a UI on top is the simplest thing. भाई कर लिया 2 साल लगा दिए कोडिंग में, कॉन्सेप्ट अच्छे से क्लियर नहीं हो रहा. पाते कैसे इंटरव्यू क्लियर कैसे करूँ फ्रंट एंड या रिएक्ट? यार 2 साल के बाद भी कोडिंग नहीं समझ आ रही तो तुमने ढंग से की नहीं है. मतलब वैसे जिसको समझ आ जाती है उसको 2 महीने में आ जाती है. 2 महीने इज़ योर कट ऑफ कि हाँ भाई अगर 2 महीने तक भी समझ नहीं आई इज़ व्हेन यू कैन से कि हाँ यू नो तुम्हारे लिए है नहीं फील्ड वट एवर, फिर निकल जाऊँगा। तब जरूरी नहीं है कि टेक इज़ द ओनली वे टू मेक मनी, कोडिंग इज़ द ओनली वे टू मेक मनी। पीपल मेक मनी इन कोडिंग बाय यू नो हैविंग अ नॉन टेक जॉब्स वेल। तो कुछ ज़रूरी नहीं है कि तुम कोडिंग से पैसा बनाते हो, पर 2 महीने ढंग से दो उसे। अगर 2 महीने बाद भी नहीं हो रहा है देन हाँ मतलब कॉल इट क्विट्स, ठीक है यार, लेट मी फिगर समथिंग एल्स आउट, लेट मी डू अ नॉन टेक जॉब इन अ टेक कंपनी। आर यू गोइंग टू लर्न मशीन लर्निंग नेक्स्ट ईयर? चल ही रहा है भाई, नेक्स्ट ईयर का इसी ईयर से लगे हुए हैं। बाकी question really is, can you learn it the right way, right? If you, anyone can learn machine learning, but are you learning it the right way is the question. Will I do that? I don't know, we'll see, only time will tell. If you ever see a video coming on the channel according to this XYZ company, means I did it right. If not, then I've been doing it wrong. भैया कोडिंग में इतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं आ रहा, सी लैंग्वेज भी नहीं आता, क्या करूँ भाई? सी लैंग्वेज सीख ही क्यों रहे हो टू बिगिन विद? ऑफ कोर्स नहीं आएगा ना, तुम सी सीखने लगो। सी तो मैंने नहीं किया आज तक। जावास्क्रिप्ट से स्टार्ट करो या पाइथन से, अदरवाइज हालत खराब है यार। मेरे को ये फिक्स करा दो यार पहले, इतनी छोटी सी चीज़ में मिस कर रहा हूँ ना इसमें। कैन वी कंट्रीब्यूट टू एन ओपन सोर्स एलएलएम आफ्टर द कोड? probably not probably not after this code, no. I mean you can contribute to their full stack parts if they have any, but probably not to their Python code base. Prototype name is different, is it? So user id content id सही तो है भाई। Error is because the property name is different, please use other property name instead of user id, add more property. Why? What do you mean? user id is सही तो है। नहीं यार user id ही है, unless you're probably right, but again what am I missing? The property is incorrect, seems like it is correct. Which skills are you focused on? Sir, how many unique projects are watched? People are watched recorded videos. Oh, I have no idea. I have never, I mean we don't track that, we probably should. NeoVim theme, whatever the default theme that comes, I have no idea. I did not configure any other theme on top. LazyVim के साथ जो आती है वही है मेरी तो। Cohort, which one? 0 to 100? Waiting for someone to give me the answer here. अंडरस्कोर आईडी होगा क्या? नहीं भाई, अंडरस्कोर आईडी तो नहीं होगा। ओह, कंटेंट आईडी में टाइपो है लग रहा है। नहीं, नेवर माइंड। कंटेंट आईडी और यूजर आईडी, एटलीस्ट कंटेंट आईडी और यूजर आईडी। भाई कोड वॉरियर यार पिंग करो रुकी को। हाँ, प्रॉब्ली नॉट इन फ्लटर दो, प्रॉब्ली इन रिएक्ट नेटिव। मैं बढ़िया हूँ भाई, कैंट एकदम। आप बताओ। आई जॉइंट राइट नाउ, वेल वेलकम। वी नॉट डूइंग मच, जस्ट ट्राइंग टू बैंगिंग आवर हेड ओवर अ सिंपल इशू। मैं भी ढंग से फोकस नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, तो मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ तुम इसको मुझे जवाब बताया, बट बता नहीं रहा है। ओह फक, ऑफ कोर्स। लो भाई, ये करना था, सिंपल सी चीज़ थी, किसी ने नहीं बताई मुझे। ठीक है जी, डन है। आई थिंक वेर गुड नाउ। सामने ही था वैसे। कैन वी डू ऑल दिस विद, यू कैन डू दिस विद M2 Mac, यस। व्हाट इज द स्कोप ऑफ सी डेवलपर? भाई ऐसे सवाल मत पूछा कर यार, इनका मेरे पास जवाब नहीं होता सही में। स्कोप मुझे नहीं पता, मुझे सिर्फ मन की या मतलब यू नो जनरल फुल स्टैक की स्कोप पता है कि अच्छी है, बस इसके आगे पीछे। सी की स्कोप बहुत अच्छी है अगर तुम एक स्पेसिफिक HFT में जाओ, पर क्या तुम वहाँ जा पाओगे? विल दे हायर यू? विल दे इवर नो यू एग्जिस्ट? तो दैट इज द क्वेश्चन। भैया मुझे फॉरेन क्लाइंट पेमेंट नहीं कर रहा $6,000 की 4 महीने से। पहले उन्होंने दिया था 1700 का जैन में लाइव तक, इसलिए वो किया। If someone is not paying you, stop working, bro, after a point. If a company in the US, India, wherever, if they're not paying you beyond a point, means they will never pay you. Yeah, you know, they will not pay you after this. So, call it quits. Oh, no, what the fuck? बच गए भाई, अभी हो गया था कांड। Will I get certificate or finish the course? If not, then what will other get immense knowledge? What will I get other than immense knowledge? You will get a certificate. Immense knowledge. You will get a certificate. All right, this looks good. We have the current timestamp. What is left? The only thing that's left is exposing a new endpoint. Basically, यहीं पे कर देते हैं. A get endpoint. Show how many unique people are watched you recorded. I have not yet added that feature. When I do, you will be able to see it. More full stack 2-hour series, please. तो यहाँ पे आ जाता है conflict. Okay, now that I'm running a paid course, can I release the same video on YouTube? Because पहले की थी तो लोग बुरा मान गए थे. That is why I'm unsure if I should do it. I don't use Tmux yet. I will integrate it very soon in my workflow. Have some water. Jal पीजिए. ओके गाइस, गाना सुनो अब एक. मुझे भी थोड़ा ब्रेक दो. थोड़ा काम करता है साथ साथ में. बस 5 मिनट फिर बात करते हैं. मार के तेरे शहरों राइट हम बैक. कोई पूछ दो यार D5 की वीडियो कब आनी है यार. मैं लिख लेता हूँ इन तो मैं भूलूंगा पक्का पक्का. खड़ जाओ 1 मिनट. D5 वीडियो बिफोर एंड ऑफ ईयर. एंड ऑफ ईयर से पहले पहले कोशिश करूँगा आ जाए. आ जाएगी मतलब एंड ऑफ ईयर से पहले पहले. This was Diljit Dosanjh ka NCR. Hus. I know basic one stack GSOC. Can you make GSOC ready in your code? Yeah, let me add a few videos in there for setting up projects and solving some issues. That's the only thing that's left. I have not taken the course. Can you please let me know where are the live classes going to happen? Live classes happen on Zoom. NeoVim का जो config मांग रहा है, just search for LazyVim, whatever you find there is. What? Sorry, I'm a little distracted. Whatever you find there is what I have currently on my machine. All right, and let's finish this up. Segment. Where should we have it? Probably here itself is fine. Maybe not. That's fine. Kind of falling behind on cohort due to exams till 7th Jan. What to do, sir? Finish your exams and then sprint after that. The good thing is we're going very slow, and I'll do a recap class in a week or two to recap everything. So you can just, I know a few people have this, so we'll recap a bit before we proceed. So that's the only thing, like, advice I have. Are the videos available for previous sessions? Yeah, all the previous session videos are available on the platform. That is correct. I have an IQ of 130. Can I start computer programming and reach master level? Probably. I don't think the IQ matters. Not that I've done an IQ test of myself ever, but I don't think it matters at all. Could be wrong. You should install a nerd. I know I need to install nerd fonts. Just as soon as I get the time, I will. Let's copy this over. Yoink. Should I choose 1 to 100 or 1? I mean, 1 to 100 is the most. No, yeah, makes sense to just get 1 to 100. Unless you're really good at coding already, in which case, just get 0 to 1. Oh, sorry, 1 to 100. But otherwise, 0 to 100 makes a lot of sense. By literally, village boy means कुछ पता नहीं है, जेई के प्रिपेयर कर रहा हूँ और कुछ नहीं पता, कोडिंग वगैरह यही पूछ रहा था, क्या करना है होता है. देखो, अगर तुम जेई के लिए प्रिपेयर करो तो पहले जेई के लिए प्रिपेयर करो अच्छे से, ये उसके बाद की बातें हैं. बट if you have a laptop, then you'll mostly be fine. There's like enough knowledge on the internet at a high level. Isn't too difficult to learn, the field from the top, especially if you're in school right now. Just chill. I think you have a lot of time. करना उसका डाला भाई. चलो, अब किसी ने बोला ही है तो फिर लगा ही लेते हैं यार. Guys, 5 minutes break. Let me finish this feature and then let's talk. Please सुन लो. Content ID equal to
ਲੇਗੀ ਮਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੁੱਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੇ ਖੁੱਲੇ ਛੱਡ ਬਾੜ ਚਾਹੇ ਪੁੰਦ ਲੈ ਕੁੱਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁੜੇ ਅੱਖ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਕਦਾ ਬਨਾਰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁੜੇ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਹਲੇ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਰਗ ਦਾ ਗੇੜਾ ਗੋਰੀ ਜਿੱਦੇ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਨੇ ਜਾਉਂ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਾਜਾ ਚ ਕੇ ਜੱਜ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਇਥੋਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਝਗੜਾ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਦਿਖਾਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਘੋੜੀਆਂ ਨੱਚ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਾਜਾ ਚ ਕੇ ਜੱਜ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ
टाइप स्ट्रिंग नंबर, तो ये तो सिंपल होगा बस यार। आ गए, एक सेकेंड। Right, where's chat? Okay, you're looking at chat. Kirat, if user docs are not doing anything, use mouse keyword scrolling for 2 minutes, then user will be logged out automatically and then the page will be redirected to login page. Please thoda samjho. If user does not do anything for 2 minutes, then the user will be logged out automatically and the page will be redirected to the login page. हाँ, इमरान खान एक बार पूछना तो फिर से सवाल समझ नहीं आया मुझे. I think you should keep your return code as much as possible. I love computer science. What's your keyboard? I love you. Love you. This is a Japani keyboard. It's from Logitech वैसे. I'm sure if you can find it here. There's one called Keychron that's very famous. Keychron, मैं भी वो खरीदने की सोच रहा हूँ वैसे. So you can just get that. You can't use fetch inside to use effect. You can. You just cannot await it. But you can use it. Lead clone DB video integration. Lead code DB integration video. करते हैं, सोचता रहा हूँ ऐसा कुछ बनाने का कोड के लिए. बेसिकली आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक समथिंग लाइक Replit, which is very similar to, very close to what lead code is. So yeah, let's do it. Let's probably build it on the stream only. But again, it will be very fast like this. So I'm sure if you'll be able to, like it, if I don't know if this provides any value, me coding like this, if you're not able to understand. So we'll see. मैंने आपको प्रोजेक्ट था mongoose JWT में किया था, but can you give a project where I can use server, practice or middlewares? I will just give out assignments for this whole stack for this week, which I hope is enough, good to at least get things out, like get a feel of all of these technologies. Which theme I'm using? It's the standard theme that comes with Neovim. I did not install. I don't know what it's called. I can look it up if you want. Are you planning to launch course on Web3? Patrick Collins is the best. He is the best. But I like the way of teaching and don't know why. Let us know. Thanks. No plan to create a paid course on Web3 anytime soon. Timing speed भाई 70 से 100 के बीच में on a good day. भाई I'm a student of cohort 1, just like week 3 start. What couldn't learn in 3 months. Thank you so much. Thank you भाई. चलो, let's see if we can finish this up. हाउ टू गेट आइडिया फॉर स्टार्टअप? भाई ये तो थोड़ा अलग सिचुएशन है, मेरे को इसका जवाब अच्छा नहीं पता. ये पता होता तो मेरा बहुत बड़ा स्टार्टअप होता है इसी रेट में. हाई पेइंग रिमोट जॉब्स आर कंपेरेटिवली ईजियर टू गेट इन व्हाट IT टूल्स सर? हाई पेइंग रिमोट जॉब्स आर नॉट कंपेरेटिवली easy to get. Shoot, there will be a sorry guys, 1 minute. Okay, unless it's 0, don't send it. Let's do that. What do you think about trying to make an operating system? Not for me. I mean, a few friends of mine have done it. It isn't for me is all I'll say. It's too much of a headache to do that. Also, don't see very good outcomes at the end of it. But a good project to build nonetheless. Content does not exist on video player props. Oh. Alrighty. We have all of this. Views on experience on H1B visa. On views on or experience on H1B visa. Oh, no experience with H1B visa. Views are ke bhai, if you want to settle there, then do it. Else don't do it. Not worth going through the hassle. Unless you want to, eventually get a green card, in which case go. I think it's generally a good country. In the average case, you will do very well if you're in the US versus the average case of India. If you don't have the standard patriotic reasons to stay back, not the worst thing in the world if you can afford going for a master's, which is the most difficult thing for most people. Going for a master's can be expensive. So if you can afford it, then definitely do it. Not the worst thing in the world, basically. Right. How did you get into NeoVim? What configs are you using? So I'm using LazyVim. I answered this a few times. Using LazyVim. I did not get into it for any particular reason. Always wanted to do this for the longest time, to either move to Emacs or this. So I just ended up choosing this. So that's it. No other high level reason to do it, no patriotic reason or anything like that. I'm actually going for masters in fall 2024, so I just asked, makes sense, dude. Yeah, I think masters is it's a pretty solid thing to do. Basically, if in hindsight, one thing I probably regret not going for is a masters, because learning before earning is the standard motto कि हाँ पहले पैसा तुम कमा ही लोगे आज नहीं तो कल. But if you have the time and the energy to spend that energy doing learning, and masters is one way to learn. I got placed via campus placement in machine learning, but IT placement this year sucked. Hence, still want to continue the code. Will it be possible to get side gigs along with the main 9 to 5 jobs? Yeah. So the good thing is, for people like these who are taking the code for side gigs, the good thing there is that you have a primary backup, and you can always fall back to it. I started my freelancing journey thoda aise कि I was working for multiple clients, not just started I did this for many years. So I would spend a lot of time doing 40 hour, 60 hour, 80 hour weeks because I was working with multiple companies. It's a great lifestyle, and that is something you can chase if you have much more freedom in your head, considering you already have a job. So for that reason, I would say yes. It's a smart thing for you to. You're in a smart position to be in right now. The thing is, the motivation is really low if you already have a job. So just be motivated a little bit more, and then you'll be fine. All right. Set start time. YT videos on making good UI with Tailwind, please. यार वो तो cohort में आ जाएगी. Where do you apply for jobs? I either ping them on Twitter, or I find people who have recently raised funds. That's the best way I feel you can get into a company that's not in India, not the standard startups. A remote job, the best way to find them is either on Twitter. Basically, ping people who are working on a stack that you're comfortable with and need engineers, or find a company that has recently raised money and see how you can provide value. Either something niche that they need, or you are generally very good at full stack, or you have some open source projects to show कि हाँ देखो मैंने ये बनाया है. So it's easier to come from a position of power कि हाँ देखो ये चीज़ मैंने बनाई है, तो hire me. Versus if you're coming as any other Indian freelancer trying to get a job, it's harder to say the least. Basically, they have a lot of options, right? So for that reason, only do it if you're really good at it. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in that loop of क्यों नहीं मिल रही. Okay, where do you apply? Okay, answer that. Missed a few questions, I feel. I joined a company, but I am the only guy who told me to answer that. They asked me to create a chatbot with custom data with open source. Please suggest that. So I said you can find 1,000 such projects, right? PDF, talk, AI, GitHub. This is almost exactly what you need, right? rather than talking to a PDF, you need to talk to a document. But you will find 100 such projects that are open source. At a high level, someone suggested this in the chat as well. What do? They first take all the data, create chunks out of them, put them in a vector store, and anytime you're asking a question, they hit the vector store, try to get the most relevant information, forward that to some GPT model, get back a response, and then that's how you talk to your data. So high level, that's how you build it. Like at least build the V1 for it. Try that and then go from there. You'll find 1,000 such open source projects. You can just look at their code base. What are your thoughts on Rust-based browsers? Mildly bearish on them. I know there are a few people trying it. What do you mean Rust-based browsers? एक तो है कि चलो the browser का engine is in Rust, something like what Mozilla is trying. That I'm bullish on. But there was this whole thesis on Rust in the browser, and you will use Rust to create front ends. If that's what you're talking about, it's mildly bearish on that. I think React has more or less propagated. So React is what will be used for a long time. Yeah. Content ID player करें कि ना करें? कर ही देते हैं. Player dot current time equal to progress. तुक्के मैं इतने मार रहा हूँ ना syntax में. All right. Can you show us your resume template? Been a few years since I've created a resume or a template. Unsure if mine is very up to date. So I can, but you might look at it and be like, yeah, it might not be the relevant. I'm not the right person to ask this question, basically. Your views on Fireship YouTuber. Pretty good. I like his videos. Very nice, concise way to gather information. चल जा भाई, क्यों आ गए? Underscore current time is not a function. Oh, interesting. Play.current time plus 5. So it will basically be play.current 5. Or 0. Can I dual boot my laptop? Will it make it laggy? It will, but it's fine. I mean, the benefits outweigh the cons, so it will, but it's fine. Working now. All right, let's put this in the middle. Let's wait for a few seconds. Vim's setup video when, or do you have some resources for the setup? I just follow Lazy Vim. I'm trying my best to create a video. Unsure when, but before New Year, 2 videos I have to make. DeFi and NeoVim setup. I will try my best, not committing anything, but at least one of them I'll try to do. Most probably NeoVim setup. DeFi also I will. There you go. लो जी हो गया आपका काम. If you refresh the page, and if you play it, it automatically plays from the last spot you left it in. If I leave it somewhere here at the 2-hour mark, and if I wait for it for a few seconds, do the best practices followed by big tech on project architect. How to know the best practices? Work in a company that's doing something like this. So high level, देखो यार, थोड़ा underprice yourself and get into a job. इसके benefits are बहुत ज़्यादा. शुरू में don't optimize for salary. Optimize for learning. If there's a startup that if you feel getting in, that startup is going to teach you a lot. I'm not saying don't work for free. I'm not saying don't work for free. Yes, I'm not saying work for free. I'm not saying work for free. But at the same time, if थोड़े बहुत पैसे में तुम्हारी learning बढ़ रही है, तो do it. Especially if you're like getting to work with smart people. I think the learning there is the reason why you're joining them and not salary. So ads, remember video. All right, now my database bill is going to go up because we're going to do a lot of writes every 10 seconds for every user, but that's fine. Okay, great hai ji. 3 features done. Let me just make sure. Full stack enough to continue learning Solidity. Also want to learn Solidity first or Rust. Probably learn, if you want to get into Web3, then Solidity. If not, then Rust. What am I missing here? Description is missing in, what's this file? Course id.page.tl. Oh. Just 1 second, guys. Almost done here. Admin लिख रही है. बस आ गया चैट में. 1 सेकेंड. Can you give an assignment on Web3 and AI, just like full stack you gave? Let's see if I have a good assignment in mind for Web3 and AI. Assignment नहीं है, but projects हैं, कल आ जाएंगे. Tomorrow there is a video that's coming. In that video, I will talk about 4 very good Web3 projects to build. Web3 तो शायद ज़्यादा ही है, and one of them I want to build myself only. So you can pick them from there. Yeah, good point. All right. How to go from 3 LPA to 8 LPA? Humble expectations here, dude. And 3 to 8 का रास्ता is just not knowing skills to knowing skills. I think 3 वाला रास्ता थोड़ा ad hoc ही होता है ना, कि you get into some service based company. If you want to get better than that, which means get better than a service based company, the high level thing you need to do is you need to gain really good skills. I mean, that's the rasta I know. There are other rastas, DSO rasta, get into a FANG, things like these. That's also valid. That will probably get you more than 8. But if you want 8 in a startup, then get really good at some stack, full stack probably. And then once you do, you can probably target at least 8 LB. ये तो मैं बोलता हूँ 6 to 8 is very good humble number if you know all the things that I'm teaching in my cohort well. What are your thoughts about technical assistant role for SD later in different companies? I am not heard of this ever. Ram bhai. Ram bhai. Someone said Ram bhai. I read it as Ram bhai. Not. Credit does not exist on this thing. Okay, so एक सेकेंड गाइस, ये खत्म कर दूं मैं. Right, content ID is content.id, which is a number, but it says यहाँ पे exist नहीं करता. I have purchased 0 to 100. I am a front-end dev with 7-month experience. Can you make your website open source? I want to add a big feature. What is the big feature? Now I'm excited to know. I am going to make it open source, just trying to find the best type in which I can do it. God damn it. String, but this will be open source before end of year. If you were in your second year, what would your approach be to learn something? It would be to get into GSOC as quickly as possible. So yeah, that's the high level. Yeah, that's how you learn something when you have motivation to either get into GSOC or whatever the reason might be. That's the high level. String. Where is the issue? Let's make it number everywhere then. Please provide me your Discord link. It's in the description of some YouTube video somewhere. I'm 15 years old. In the future, I want to go into the field of CR. Should I start preparing? Unless you want to go down the standard IIT route, sure, do it. If you want to go down the, first want to get into college, depends on your family background. If you're a pretty solid family, then yes, it does not make sense to, wait for a college degree. It's weird. Colleges in India. So unless you go for a MIT or whatever, but India mein colleges are, I guess you already know, not the best when it comes to learning. So if you're 15, you already know you want to code, then just go and code. I know basic commands of terminal. Should I dual boot? Yeah, depends, probably. There's no downside of dual booting ever. Do it. Can you classify which library programming framework is good? So, this is a very vague, vast question, but for full stack, basically look at the curriculum of my course. That's the most updated thing I can find. Bro, I'm from non-IT background, but have little knowledge of coding. So is the cohort 0 to 100 good for me? So therefore, if you're that early, so take it, and then after you buy it, there's a 1 week. Oh, hey Rakshit, 1 week thing, you ask for a refund if you don't like it. Hey, Rakshit ka question hai. Hey man, I just made a single page landing page with minimal backend for a client. Took close to 15 hours after iterations. Client is based in SF. How much should I charge? देखो यार, honestly, if you take 15 hours, पहले तो उसको तुम 20 से multiply करो. It took me 20 hours, ठीक है? And it starts from तुम 20 तो मांगोगी, $20 an hour तो मांगोगी, तो $400 तो bare minimum. $500 से $1000 के बीच. अब वो तुम पे है कितना मांगने हैं. वैसे ये negotiation पहले करने की होती है, बात की नहीं. But good to know. 15 दिखाओ जरा, देखें हमारा लैंडिंग पेज अगर तुमने डिप्लॉय किया तो. बट ऐसा ना हो कि बहुत गंदा बनाया तुमने 15 घंटे में, तो मुझे नहीं पता. बट इफ यू मेड अ डिसेंट landing page, then yeah, I think you can ask for at least $500 अगर तुम इतना टाइम लगाया तो 15 घंटे लगाया तो. Right. What should I focus on? GSOC, full stack, front end, app dev, long time after 1 year of experience. Pick one and go deep in it. Now that can be whatever you want. Right. Hakiyat, when do we iOS app for course? We do have an iOS app. Only thing is it only works in India. So if you're not in India, you'll not be able to watch. What is the humble number I can get after learning all of these skills? Humble number is देखो 10 LPA है humble number, 8 LPA to 10 LPA, and then outrageous numbers भी हैं, वो थोड़े किस्मत पे डिपेंड करते हैं. But humble number is this 8, 10, 12 LPA वाली रेंज होती है. Cannot find module 687.js on the I guess it's just because I have to. Hakiyat, hi Hakiyat, Java full stack versus MERN stack for freshers, please suggest. MERN में जाओ भाई, मेरे हिसाब से बाकी देख लो. मतलब देखो इसमें वो नहीं है, तुम जावा में जाओ. जावा के और फायदे होते हैं कि if you go to enterprise companies it helps there. If you want to get into startups, then MERN is probably the better one. How to get 4CR offer? Consistency, market being right, negotiation skills, you being at the right place at the right time, with some equity on top that inflates the offer to 4CR is how you get a 4CR offer. How did you get this gig? I am interested. Rakshit, how did you get this gig? Harkirat Singh not deployed. Friday को deploy होगा. We'll share deployed changes. Rakshit, do you want to come on the call? Client was mutual type. So what do you mean mutual type? Rakshit, do you want to come on the call and tell people how you got this opportunity? Few people are asking. या फिर मैसेज भी कर सकते हो if you're not comfortable. But if you are comfortable, ping Rookie, he'll get you in. 226, refresh. All right, G. Currently working as a technical assistant, joining a different company as the later. What are your thoughts? No thoughts really. Android dev, good only field dude if you can do well in it. IIT worth. मैं तो कहता नहीं, मतलब मैंने कहता हूँ इट्स ओके. हाँ, इट्स गुड ओनली. एनी कॉलेज इज वर्थ. मैं किसी भी कॉलेज में कहता हूँ, मैं तो मतलब अच्छा ही कहता. वो IIT है फॉर मी तो इट्स ओके. फिक्स्ड build errors. Do people kind of look down upon Indian devs because extreme competition? तो यार देखो, yes, but I wouldn't say कि we get looked down upon, but we are considered rude. कि हाँ, ये लोग ना आके थोड़ी वो खराब करते हैं माहौल टीम का. If you go into startups usually, especially after they've raised some money, ना, most startups will want employees to have decent chill lifestyle, all that jazz. So when that happens, if an Indian comes and is overworking, तो सारे employees को problems होने लगते हैं usually कि why is he overworking, तो हमसे भी expectation रहेगी overwork, all these things. तो वो है कि भाई तुम वहाँ जाकर थोड़ा चिल करो. अगर तुम दिख रहा है ना कि सब लोग काम नहीं कर रहे तो तुम भी उतना ही bare minimum काम करो. तुम ज़्यादा काम करोगे ना, इट कैन बी सीन एज इन अ डिफरेंट लाइट कि हाँ ये तो आके ऐसा दिखा रहा है कि हम नहीं काम करते, ऐसा बोल रहे हो मतलब तुम. तो वो है. विच कीबोर्ड इज दैट, ये तो बहुत लोगों ने पूछ लिया भाई. दिस इज लॉजिटेक जापानी कीबोर्ड. आई डोंट हैव अ मॉडल नंबर. एक्चुअली आई हैव वन, D41126 ROHS. अब इसको गूगल कर लो यार. पंद्रह से 1700 रेटिंग ऑन कोड फोर्सेस इनफ टू फॉर ट्राइंग टू जीसॉक. भाई जीसॉक का कोड फोर्सेस से क्या लेना देना, ये कितना, ये अच्छा सवाल नहीं पूछा तुमने. वैसे जीसॉक का क्या लेना देना तुम्हारी उसकी रेटिंग से, क्या कहते हैं, कोड फोर्सेस की रेटिंग से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. हल्की फुल स्टैक, इन डेप्थ बैकएंड, इन डेप्थ फ्रंट एंड, जर्नलिस्ट. यार जर्नलिस्ट तो लास्ट चीज़ करना, कभी भी जर्नलिस्ट से स्टार्ट मत करना. ऑलवेज फर्स्ट बी. चलो जी अपना काम तो हो गया, डन है. अपने आज के इशूज़ इनफ हो गए. वी हैव सॉल्व्ड 3 इशूज़ टुडे फॉर द कोहोर्ट वेबसाइट. ओह द फक. ऑल राइट जी. हाँ तो मैं कह रहा था वी सॉल्व 3 इशूज़. pretty good for me. I'm pretty much going to call it very soon here. Okay, Rakshit का message आया. Mutual as in mutual connections. Not sure if I should reveal client name, but anyways, it's something. They are building something in collab with Chessbase India. Oh, अच्छा तुम वो रक्षित हो क्या? अब मुझे समझ आया तुम कौन हो. हाँ भाई सही है. तो Chessbase India वालों से मेरी बात भी हुई थी. उन्होंने बोला था 12 LPA या ओनली कितना होता है, $20,000 which is, हाँ तो यार 10 ही मांगो. $10 एन आवर के हिसाब से मांगो और इन्फ्लेट मत करो फिर, मतलब इंडियन क्लाइंट है तो. विच इज़ बेसिकली लाइक $150, क्वाइट अ ड्रॉप फ्रॉम वॉट वी वर एक्सपेक्टिंग. हर की जावा बैकेंड डेली रूटीन बता दो. इट कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग. राइट नाउ इट्स हेवीली फोकस्ड ऑन इट्स मेस्ड अप राइट नाउ. हैप्पी टू शेयर इट इवेंचुअली. विल मेक अ वीडियो. बहुत लोग पूछ रहे हैं यार डेली रूटीन. Oh, साउंड है भाई, क्या बोल रहे हो अखिलेश? आई थिंक इट्स एन इशू ऑन योर साइड. स्विचिंग फ्रॉम GS to TS टफ. देख लेना कोड में. वैसे इट इज़ नॉट एज, तो देखो लर्निंग टू कोड इज़ द टफेस्ट थिंग. देन लर्निंग बैक एंड इज स्लाइटली ईजियर. देन लर्निंग रिएक्ट इज़ वेरी हार्ड. बट GS to TS इज अ सिंपल ट्रांजिशन आई थिंक. HTML CSS के बाद क्या करूँ हरकीरत सिंह भाई? नाचो. उसके बाद तुमने HTML CSS जावास्क्रिप्ट सीख ली तो क्या बचा फुल स्टैक में? मतलब तुम्हें वेबसाइट बनानी आ गई, खत्म है भाई. इसके बाद नौकरी लगती है. बहुत बढ़िया. HTML CSS जावास्क्रिप्ट इज नॉट द राइट थिंग टू लर्न. To begin with, you've learned slightly, things that you shouldn't spend too much time on. JavaScript is the only thing in these 3 things that you actually should have spent time on. And once you've done that, is when you should move to, learning React and how projects are built in the real world. App development course update का ये भाई हो रहा है upload. मेरे पास आ गया है. ये दूसरा लैपटॉप है. ये दूसरे लैपटॉप का काम यही है कि इसमें videos, I need to put all the videos in a folder. I need to write a script that picks videos one by one and uploads them. Which is whenever I get the time, I will do it. Okay, last 5 questions करेंगे अपन आंसर. नौकरी नहीं लग रही भाई, क्या करें? ये तो बढ़िया गंदा सवाल पूछा तुमने, स्किप करेंगे इसको. हकीकत भैया प्लीज़ हिंदी में समझा दिया करो. यार एक पोल करते हैं. ये तो मेरे को इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल है वैसे. लाइव में तो मैं फिर भी हिंदी में बात कर सकता हूँ, बट वैसे ऑन द चैनल आई ट्राई टू अवॉइड इट एज मच एज पॉसिबल. Should I move to teaching in Hindi? All right, I've done a poll. Would appreciate responses there and honest responses. Prima Jen का भी स्ट्रीम चल रहा है. वेरी नाइस. और नो ही आया मोस्टली. 50-50 which means no only होगा वो. Hindi, Rust. Would you suggest high LinkedIn connections? Does not matter. I don't think they matter. Should I kickstart with Stream Vim if I am new to new Vim? I've played with VSC Vim extension for a while now. Tried lazy Vim today. Felt kind of overwhelming. It will feel overwhelming initially. You have to stick with it and eventually Interviews, but okay, so English makes sense then. Okay, sounds good. We will stick with English. You guys ask the funniest questions sometime. What do your parents do? Dad is in the Air Force. Mom used to be a teacher. Can you second call with API? Good approaching API with every video component is unmount. Every 10 seconds, a call in API is not a good approach. I think calling an API on every video component unbound. Here we can do that. That's actually not bad. The only problem is what if someone closes their screen? In that case, the component doesn't unmount, right? So their video progress doesn't. An API call every 10 seconds is not bad. We don't have as many users, so we'll be able to handle it. English में the problem is it's the worst of both the worlds. Neither are Hindi people happy कि हिंदी में बात नहीं हो रही, and neither are English people happy कि we don't understand some bits. Oh, very nice, Rakshit. Dad's in the Air Force, very nice, and mom's a principal. Great, amazing. Alrighty, guys. I think it's 11. Going to call it very soon here. NVim config कहीं भाई बोल दिया यार, चलो वीडियो ही आ जाएगी यार. I'll release a video before end of year on my new Vim config. How I installed it, I will install it on my other laptop. All right. Should I prefer Office doc of Rust? Sorry, I totally went up. Ad coders remote jobs are awesome. Skill-oriented approach to learn dollars. What is ad coders? I'll look at it after the class. Tell me about cybersecurity. Don't know much. I have a few friends, made a lot of money. Why do you love Karan Aujla more than Sonam Bajwa? I never said that. You guys want to know a funny story? We approached Sonam Bajwa's team for a video. She said no. She said this is not a genre we're yet interested in. Would have been nice. But hard luck. Okay. Question पूछो तो Prakash Kumar. Ad code is like code forces. Nice, interesting. I'll look at it. I'm super interested in models like these suddenly for a few reasons. So let me note that down. Chat. I'm from last code, found a company, would love to connect with you. Okay, Kushagra, can you message Ruki or just ping me on Twitter, Kushagra. I'll message you there. What are your thoughts? चंगा भाई, मैं भी सोच ही रहा था. Let's call it. Let's meet in the next live whenever that happens. Unless you have more questions. Who is coming from? Oh, a lot of people are coming from. Oh, thank you. Let's make a PR in V8. अरे बाप रे भाई. Sure, why not? Let's do it. Your views on fully on-chain blockchains like Internet Computer. What do you mean fully on-chain blockchains? I mean, I've heard of Internet Computer, but I don't understand when you say fully on-chain blockchains. Aren't blockchains on-chain anyways? Harkirat, can you do a basic DSA? The requirement for code 100 to 100? Sure. I can take like an extra session at the end. You have to change your font in NeoVim. Font is wrong. That's why symbols are load up. Alright, I will do. And yeah, I should do that. Sir, how to get 4 to 15 LPA? What is kind of mic quality and video quality of your cohort? It's almost the same what you see here. This is the same mic that I use. Video on AI and ML. Not anytime soon is all I'll say. I think there are a few other things that are pending. This is Karan Aujla. Bachke. I started a job in Node.js as a backend developer. Any suggestions? Node.js as a backend developer. I mean, what do you... no suggestions. All the best. Careful. Sometimes I get frustrated when I send proposal on Upwork but get nothing in response. Upwork is one of the worst platforms too. Now it's very overpopulated basically. Top 1%, what salary can you expect? India से 100k plus तो है ही मतलब if you're in top 1% and goes up to a lot of money. Cohort on Java Spring Boot. Nah bhai, ek koi gal. There's just one thing I can promise कि I won't have a cohort on which will be this. What's your daily routine look like nowadays? Very chaotic. We'll create a day in the life of video. Upwork is dominated by agencies now. Is that so? Interesting. Did not know that. That's an interesting stat. Corporate claim आ गया कोई चक्कर नहीं. Low paying internship or open source? Both. शादी में कोहट वालों को invite मिले? Funny. I don't know. That's a weird question. I don't know. Probably not. I don't think we'll be able to fit as many people. TS required for Next.js or can you go with JS only? Not required, but good to have. First cohort student here. क्या हाल सर बढ़िया? ये सो cohort 3 when दो भाई दूसरा भी start हुआ है. इसको खत्म होने तो फिर बातें करते हैं. At least who got placed. API based project. I was laid off as a fresher SD looking for a job. Should I open source? They are open source tough way to get job है. पहले simple job लगा लो उसके बाद वहाँ घुसना है, मतलब that will be my only advice. Connection string in the last lecture of the cohort. That's the MongoDB connection. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's like I'll delete that MongoDB URL. All right, G. Changa fir. I'll see you guys in the next one. I think let's call it here. Have a good night. It's 11 p.m. and it was a good live. Let's do more of these. One question before I leave. Let me do a poll. When I code like this, should I teach more as to what I am coding? So your question basically is कि अभी जैसे आज की stream थी, I was just coding my own thing. Were you able to understand anything? Most probably no. So when I code like this, should I code like this? Or, so yes or no, should I keep coding? No, उल्टा है. सवाल ये है, question is, should I teach more when I'm coding like this? Should I, clarify more, this is what we're doing, this is what Next.js is, this is what a database is, this is what Prisma is, this is what I'm doing right now, this is why I added some code base? Yes or no? Or should I just, continue? Should I explain more? Should I go more into the depth of what I'm doing? What was your future 2024 market for site developer? We will see. Okay, so that's good feedback here. I should probably do that then. Yeah, I think that just means less number of features, but more explanation of what I'm doing. All right. The project will be open source very soon. Let's try to do that in the next. Basically, I have too many things to do before 1st of January, which is open source the project, Web3, DeFi video, and NeoVim setup video, amongst the other videos that we have lined up. So we'll do that. Let me write all 3 of these down so I don't forget. NeoVim video, DeFi video. What was the third thing? I forgot. What was the third thing? I'll just come back to the video. It's fine. Chalo bhai, sojo. I think it's very late. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Good night kar do.